this morning hope to conclude the evidence on Pete. Now, we finished up yesterday partway, a good way through the cross-examination of Dr. Cooper by the applicant, and we were hoping to conclude that this morning. We now have some slight technical difficulty bringing the witness back with us this morning, which our IT team are trying to sort out in the background. It might just be useful to use this space just to clarify that we have now agreed an accompanied site visit date for the 12th of November, where I would be accompanied on site with by the applicant and by Nature Scott, and the parties have confirmed availability and arrangements for that, so we'll be able to go ahead and put that in place following the inquiry session. I've just had confirmation that Dr. Cooper is unable to connect to the audio, and it's not loading for him, so quite what we're going to do about that, and perhaps we'll have to get him to call in. Just in terms of timing this morning, Mr. Chinnick, I think you indicated perhaps about half an hour to conclude with Dr. Cooper?
Yes, no more than half an hour. That's
fine. And I'll have a few questions, not too many. And Ms. Jack, in terms of any re-examination, do you envisage that taking a while, or?
No, I don't. Unless there's anything arising this morning, I may not, in fact, require to cross-examine, to re-examine at all. We'll see what happens this morning, but as matters stand, there isn't anything at the moment that arises that I need to re-examine on.
Okay, so we'd hope to bring in start on the landscape witness evidence slightly later this morning, and Mr. O'Carroll, I believe that you have joined the call this morning and will be able to participate later this morning. Okay. Now, what I suggest then is that we can't really start clearly without Dr. Cooper. So I think if we could just turn off our videos now until Callum comes back to us. So we'll take a short break.
Just a point.
Mr. Chinnick.
We don't know how long this will take, and I'm just wondering if to make useful use of time, it's up to you entirely, whether we might just take Mr. Bainsfair in chief.
If we were set up to do so, then we could do that. That might be an option.
Well, my witness is in the other room. I'll go and check. Could someone please check that Mr. Bainsfair is ready? But if he is ready, it would certainly save us some time later.
If I could just bring Mr. O'Carroll in at that point. I don't know if he's. I can see him showing on the call, and he was certainly there early this morning.
Good morning, Mum. I am indeed here.
Thank you. Did you hear that discussion about bringing that forward?
I did. I have no objection to that, but I do wonder if it seriously is going to save any time. It obviously all depends on how long it takes to get Dr. Cooper, and perhaps if we hear back from Callum with regard to the success or not of that. But in principle, I have no difficulty with starting.
Thanks. And just that evidence. Dr. Cooper has in fact appeared on my screen. Does that mean we can hear you, Dr. Cooper?
I hope so.
Yes, I can certainly hear you. Others, can you hear? Could you just confirm, please? And Mr. Chinnick, can you hear? Hopefully you can.
Thank you very much.
Yes, apologies for that. The technical, I don't know, stupidity probably on my part.
Not at all. I'm sure that wasn't the case. Okay. I was just explaining that we would recommence your cross-examination today, and thankfully you are now on the call, so we can pick up where we left off yesterday. Sorry, Dr. Cooper, you had a point to raise?
Sorry, I'm not sure what the correct procedure for doing this is, and I haven't discussed it with Ms. Jack, so I don't know. It's just that yesterday evening I realised that in amongst the questions towards the end of yesterday, I gave an incorrect answer to a question. I was wondering if there was an opportunity for me to correct that. It's a relatively small matter, but I just wanted to tidy things up rather than it be either unclear or misleading.
Okay, I mean, I would be happy for you to do that, and I could address that in my questions, or if Mr. Tinnock wants you could just do that in the course of the evidence this morning. Mr. Tinnock?
Also, if it's a correction, it must come in. That's fine.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to do that first then before we set off? That might be better.
Right. Okay. Thank you. As I say, it's a relatively minor matter. I think it was in relation to the location of Sphagnum fuscum and Sphagnum imbricatum hummocks, and I said that there was no evidence, or I had no evidence in the inquiry to say where these were. In fact, I realised last night that there was, and it's in CD 8 to 15. There are some photographs and a GPS unit with the coordinates showing on the GPS. So, I mean, I don't think we need to look at the document. It was just to make it clear that there was actually some evidence on that point.
Thank you. And just for clarification, these are elsewhere, as you said, these were elsewhere on the site, not in relation to directly to the turbine infrastructure. Is that still your position?
They certainly weren't in relation to at the points of any of the turbines. I can't be certain whether they are in the vicinity of any of the tracks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cooper, for that clarification. Mr. Tinnock, do you want to recommence your cross-examination then, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Dr. Cooper.
Good morning.
Just on that last point, you said Sphagnum fuscum. What was the other sphagnum species you
Sorry,
mentioned?
I think I maybe gave it its old name. It should have been Sphagnum austinii, AUSTINII.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. I'm looking at 8216, which I am.
Sorry, 15. It's 215.
50, my apologies. Let me just get it up. I just want to be sure. Oh, it is. I had the right one. The peak probing one.
That's right, yes.
If you scroll down through it, I see some photographs. Is there a particular photograph to which you want to draw our attention? It's not very cross-examination. I just need the information, that's all.
They are labelled as you scroll down through them.
Mine's labelled, but never mind.
Sorry, I'll get there just a second.
Yeah, sure.
So that's electronic page 6.
Yep.
And there are another couple below that.
Okay, that's extremely helpful, and thanks for the further information. That's good. I've only got a couple more points to deal with. If you go to your inquiry report at paragraph 512, which is on electronic page 10, the topic we're looking at here is the differentiation between class 1 and class 2 soils. And you record in 512 what it says in SNH 2016 CD 719, about class 1, class 2. We can read that for ourselves. And in 511, you record the differentiation, the potentially high conservation value and restoration potential for class 2 in comparison with class 1. I mean, I guess there was a reason for differentiating them in the first place. SNH made, I believe SNH made that differentiation. Must have had something in mind. Am I correct?
Sorry, between class 1 and class 2?
Yes.
Yes. The difference is to do with the mapping. I mean, those areas of class 1 are within the limitations of the mapping. They have a single interest within them, a single sort of description of both a vegetation and the soil, the peat.
Mm-hmm.
Within class 2, it's where the ground is more variable, so you get a mixture of peatland habitat on peat and non-peatland habitat on peat, and also some. I think it's just a very small amount. It is carbon-rich soil. Yes, it is the deep peat.
Sure.
So it's to do with the vegetation cover.
Okay.
It's I think it's, maybe you mentioned it before. It's, call it a mosaic's maybe not quite the right term, but it's dominated by one, but with elements of another. So it's not a single category of vegetation.
All right. No, that's fine. I don't think it's any. There's no issue between us on that differentiation. But I guess what it does mean is that when it comes to proposed restoration programs as part of a land management plan, there's likely to be more mileage in such a plan for class 2 soils than for class 1. There's greater potential for restoration in class 2 soils.
That's correct. But by and large, class 1 should not require any restoration.
That's helpful. Would you, changing topic now, go to CD 14.6, which are the documents with Dr. Mills' inquiry report, to E-page 12, which is figure 10. We looked at this briefly yesterday, and I'm coming back to it for a different reason. It's the one with all the blue lines showing existing drains. You've got that?
Got that, thank
Excellent.
you.
I just want to draw a distinction here between the drains which are on site and those proposed to be dug for the purposes of the development. As I understand it, the drains on site, and this is what my experts tell me, they're dug. The purpose is to drain the peat for land management purposes, and therefore the drains will be dug through to the substrate at whatever depth that is, depending on the depth of the peat. Correct?
Well, it might be, but that would actually be quite unusual. They would more likely dig them to a particular depth rather than aim to dig them down to the mineral, irrespective of how deep that mineral was.
Well, there may be a difference in evidence between us. I'm not sure it matters greatly. The purpose of the exercise is to drain the land to enable, say, grazing to take place. That's what it's done for.
Yeah, the purpose is to dry out the surface of the bog. But so the surface of the bog dries out more quickly than it would naturally. Yes.
Yeah, no, I understand. Whereas with the drains to be dug for the development alongside the excavated, not the floating, but the excavated tracks, all you want to do there is to capture upslope water and the water running off the surface of the road. That's all you need to do, isn't it?
Yes, and take it away somewhere.
So the depth of the drains need be can be very shallow indeed, as indeed Dr. Mills gave us evidence of.
They can do. I mean, that depends on it's entirely a design issue. Relates to the amount of water.
All right. Coming on to impact assessment evidence, which you deal with in section 6 of your inquiry report, would you turn to electronic page 11 of your inquiry report, where section 6 hopefully starts on your version?
Yes, it does.
And this is your response to the applicant's impact assessment. This is where you deal with this in your report. Up to that point, you dealt with baseline.
Yes.
And in section 7, you deal with restoration. So section 6 is your response to the applicant's impact assessment. And in 6.1 and 6.2, you give some information, but no impact evidence. In section 3, again, you record the peak management plan. In section 4, you make a statement, SNH does not agree the subsequent assessments of habitat loss and drainage. SNH accordingly takes the view the applicant underestimates the extent and significance of habitat loss. Because that's a statement, but it's not evidence. In 6.5, 6.6 and 6.7, you dispute information about tract dimensions and resulting land take. And you heard yesterday both Dr. Massey and Dr. Mills, was it the day before yesterday, Dr. Massey, and yesterday Dr. Mills, respond to those points, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And I haven't heard you in your evidence in chief take any issue with what Dr. Mills and Dr. Massey said, as a matter of fact. Was that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. In section 6.8 of the report, there's a record of what the ES says. In section 6.9, there is a record of something else. And in section 6.10, we conclude. And 6.10.1 says there will be loss of blanket bog, not simply change. That's a statement, that's not evidence. 6.10.2, the loss in terms of real extent will be more than the IA indicates. Again, a statement, not evidence. And 6.11 is a further statement. I mean, the difficulty is, I suggest, that you bring no evidence, I mean evidence rather than statements, to challenge the significance conclusions of the EIAR and Dr. Massey's evidence and Dr. Mills's evidence on indirect loss at all, do you?
No, we're using the same evidence and interpreting it differently.
Well, you say interpret it differently, but there is actually no interpretation by you. Here is your evidence before the inquiry. Here is SNH's opportunity to challenge the impact evidence of the applicant. And frankly, it's not a shred of evidence, is there? There's nothing at all.
Well,
so if you simply, as a matter of fact, Dr. Cooper, a few statements, that's all we have. Is that correct?
They are statements, yes. But there's also the issue there about the zone of impact around drainage.
Yes, as I recall, that was answered yesterday and the day before by my witnesses, and I've heard nothing from you to say you disagree with their correction, their clarification of the evidence. That was not dealt with. So,
I think this is not the first time we've had an opportunity to discuss it.
Well, you had an opportunity to give evidence on it, but are you telling me that you disagree with what Dr. Mills and Dr. Massey clarified? Happy to go into it in detail if you want, but they gave factual information based on information before the inquiry to say this is what the position is. I haven't heard you say anything to the contrary. Are you challenging the factual information they brought?
No, what I said was I was challenging the interpretation. If we have a drain, and we accept that that's the purpose of a drain is to remove water. The drainage effect of a drain will be the same irrespective of whether it is a new drain or a long-standing drain. If we're talking about a 30-metre zone around existing drains, but a 2.5-metre zone around new drains, that to me doesn't seem to be consistent.
I see. But that's partly why I took you this morning to the figure 14.6, figure 10 of Dr. Mills, and I put to you about the depth of existing drains and new drains. His evidence is very clear that the purpose of the existing drains is to drain the land to enable grazing to take place. The purpose of the proposed new drains is not to do that at all. In fact, it's to do the reverse with the restoration proposals. It's simply to drain the surface of the tracks. Different purposes, Dr. Cooper, correct?
Just because they're for different purposes doesn't mean to say they have different effects.
Well, you see, we have a clash of evidence. I mean, but I have seen, all I've seen from you is paragraph 6.5 to 6.7, which challenges certain facts. But I've heard nothing from you to say, well, actually, and I'm hearing nothing from you now to say that what Dr. Mills and Dr. Massey have said is incorrect, that the proposed new drains buffer of 2.5 is adequate for the drains proposed because of their purpose and their shallow depth, in comparison with the effect of the existing drains, the purpose of which is completely the opposite of the purpose of the exercise in this development, is to drain the land.
Can I ask for clarification of what is meant by the word buffer?
No, well, I can ask for, well, it's a bit unusual, but could you hang on a minute? What do you mean by buffer? Tell me. The buffer is direct land take, I'm told, by Dr. Massey, as indeed I remember now, she gave evidence of in evidence in chief.
So if it's direct land take, it's not hydrological effect.
No, and Dr. Mills gave evidence.
As is being discussed in relation to the 30-metre zone around the existing drains.
Dr. Mills gave evidence of this yesterday, Dr. Cooper, about the hydrological impacts. I don't want to repeat his evidence, you heard it. The fact is, Dr. Cooper, we have a fundamental disagreement here, maybe, on the facts. I'm sorry to hear it now, but there we are. That the purpose of the existing...
Sorry, could we just give Dr. Cooper just a little bit of an opportunity to explain what his concerns are with the 2.5 metre zone? To explain clearly, take your time, but just explain what you think your concerns are.
Right. If you put a drain through a bog, then the way it drains the ground is obviously going to vary depending on the angle of the drain relative to the slope, whether it goes across the slope, up and down the slope, that sort of thing. But essentially what it is trying to do is what it does rather than what it's trying to do is to lower the water table and to remove water. It does that according in a curve. So if you go to the bottom of the drain, I'm not sure if I can show this visually. So if this is the bottom of the drain, and the drain is a rectangle, then what happens to the water table is that it follows the curve of a hemiellipse. So essentially what that means is that the deeper and wider the drain, the greater hydrological impact it will have upon the surrounding bog. It'll basically drain more water. Now, it's been proposed that for the existing drains, there will be a 30-metre zone. So that's 30 metres either side of the drains will have this hydrological effect. It appears that for the new drains, that effect will extend over 2.5 metres. Now, without knowing the geometry of the different types of drains, then it's not possible to say that generally or generically one will have one effect and the other will have a very different effect. That is all my point is.
Okay, and do you accept that then that the drains that are along the road have been designed specifically to minimise the impact? And have you looked at that evidence in terms of the approach to trying to minimise the impact and detail contained in the ES that explains that?
The ES, well, actually, sure, yeah, sorry, the ES does explain that they will be using shallow drains to have that effect. The diagrams that accompany it aren't quite so clear on that. And certainly my experience elsewhere is that drains often end up being bigger than was intended or was proposed. I appreciate that's not a relevant comment in terms of this particular proposal because it's not built. And if what is proposed is what is actually constructed, then they should have a more limited effect than larger drains.
But it is possible to mitigate against the impact of these drains by designing them appropriately. Would you agree?
That is certainly possible. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting your course there, Mr. Chinook. I'll pass back to you.
Sorry, thank you. I was on mute. I can follow this up by reference to two documents which have been before the inquiry and will put to my witnesses. Let me just get the 4.2. Here we are. Right. Would you like to go first of all to CD 17? And when you get to it, to figure 2.10. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, there.
And there's a detailed drawing showing a section through excavated road. We know there are no drains proposed alongside floating roads, so we can ignore those.
Although they do have a drainage effect.
Sorry?
Although they do have a drainage effect.
We're dealing with dug drains at the moment, Dr. Cooper. You see to the right drainage dip up on the uphill slope. You can see the configuration of that. It's before you. You may say, well, actually, in practice, it ends up being bigger. Well, that's a matter of control over construction, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. You can't blame an applicant in advance for something that may have happened to another development in the past. If the SBs we propose to be bound by the terms of an approved construction method statement, then that's as far as this inquiry can go on the point, isn't it?
Yes. I see there are no dimensions given.
Well, it's a typical section. That's all it is, but it's showing what is proposed. Against that background, now go to Appendix 2.2. This is application document CD19, Appendix 2.2. Yes, 19, Appendix 2.2. And when you get to that, electronic page 15. Paragraph 442. You got it?
Yes.
Excavated tracks require complete excavation of peat to a competent substrate. Excavated tracks are generally undertaken where peat depths are less than 1 metre. Otherwise, they're going to be floating tracks. Peat will require storage, but that's a peat management issue, which we're not concerned with here. Good practice guidance relates mainly to drainage in association with excavated tracks. Trackside dishes should capture surface water within the acrotome before it reaches the road. Interceptor drain should be shallow and flat-bottomed, preferably entirely within the acrotome to limit drawdown of the water table. Strip turfs should be placed, well, that's peat management again, and then culverts and cross drains should be installed to maintain subsurface drainage. Now, all of these measures are designed to avoid a lowering of the water table through drainage, aren't they, as a matter of fact, Dr. Cooper?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Whereas the drains which are there in the site at the moment are precisely designed to lower the water table to enable grazing to take place. There's a fundamental difference, isn't there?
That's what they're designed for, yes, but that doesn't mean to say that that's what they're all doing. And I think it was Dr. Mills who said yesterday that, and then certainly is mentioned in the environmental statement, that quite a lot of the drains are shallow and blocked with sphagnum.
Right, well, let's go back to the drains where we can disagree on that. It doesn't really matter for the purposes of this exercise, which is designed to interrogate your views about the effects of the proposed tracks alongside the excavated access tracks, the single drain on the upslope. You've seen what 442 says. Acknowledging it's not for us to prejudge how the construction program actually goes, if these measures are successfully taken, then I suggest that your fears will be allayed.
Yes, but the concern doesn't relate to the absolute impact of, well, it probably does relate to the absolute impact, but it's the, as I think I've said before, it's the assumption that one set of new drains will do one thing and another set of old drains will do other, without comparing the geometries of these drains.
I've got no idea what you're saying, Dr. Cooper. I'm simply looking at the evidence for the inquiry, which in 442 plus the figure. The proposal is to construct drains as shown on the figure and as described in the section of Technical Appendix 2.2 to which I referred.
Yes, and those drains will have.
If that is successful, then the impacts you fear will be avoided, won't they?
Well, it's not actually to do with the impacts that I fear.
Oh, right. What is it then?
It's the comparison of the impacts between drains that have not yet been built, but would not yet dug, but would be dug to construct the wind farm, and those which already exist.
Well, I'm trying to focus you on the drains that are going to be dug. So looking at the drains which are going to be dug to assist the development, looking at the figure provided, looking at the information in paragraph 442, forget the comparison. If those measures are successfully taken, then your fears will be allayed. The impacts will be avoided, won't they?
I don't think you can say. I've tried to explain it. I'm not saying I have fears about the impact of the new drains. They will have an impact. I think everybody's agreed they will have an impact. and it's, you know, it could be possible to predict that what impact that would be based on the geometry of the drain. The issue is there is that impact, and then there is the impact of the existing drains.
Well, Dr. Cooper, the existing drains are there. We are proposing to block those drains within a 50-metre buffer of the road, not further for reasons given by Dr. Mills, by reason of potential other damage to the site, but to block those drains. That is an entirely separate issue. Looking at the effect of new drains on its own, which we're entitled to do, and noting that there is a proposal to block drains within 50 metres of the tracks, I come back to my point. What evidence do you bring? And I think the answer is none, frankly, but can please confirm that if the measures proposed are taken successfully, then there will be no unacceptable damage to the drainage. It will be, of course, there's always some damage, but undue damage will be avoided. I don't think you're saying that there will be excess damage caused by the excavation of the new tracks, are you?
I'm not saying that the damage that will be caused by the new tracks is comparable to the claimed damage of the old tracks. The old drains.
Right. Could I try and encourage you to stick to the proposed development for the moment?
Well, it is part of the proposed development we're talking about. The you think I'm right in saying you took us to the land management plan?
I've taken you to the. No, I took you to the peak management plan, Appendix 2. I really would like, Dr. Cooper, an answer to my question. Very precise question. I will ask it once more. I won't ask it again, because the reporter will have a note on my question. Is looking at what is proposed for the excavated access tracks, drainage on the upslope, looking at paragraph 442, if those measures are successfully taken, then the position will be acceptable, won't it, Dr. Cooper? You can make no claims of undue adverse impact. Please, you've heard my question, please answer it.
I accept that, and I have stated already, that those drains will have a relatively small impact, yes.
All right, well, that's all I'm after. Thank you very much indeed. As to the existing drains, you know that there is a proposal to block them within 50 metres of the roads to improve the drainage situation, to restore the wetness of the peat. Do you have a problem with that proposal?
I don't have a problem with the proposal. I have a problem with the anticipated benefit.
Well, we'll turn to that at the very end of this examination. I'm on impact assessment at the moment, and that means the impact assessment of this development. So we'll come to the restoration proposals very briefly at the end. Coming back to your impact evidence, we've now agreed that you don't make any claims that the impacts of the proposed tracks will be unacceptable. You have confirmed that. Now, apart from that evidence in section 10, which we've now thoroughly addressed, you make no further claims in section 6 of your evidence of any undue adverse impacts of the development, do you? You do not challenge the assessment in the EIAR, do you?
Yes. Which aspect of the assessment?
Oh, come on, Dr. Cooper. I'm looking at section 6 of your evidence. I've been through it in detail. I've tried to track down where you give impact evidence. I'm entitled now to put a summary point. Where do you give any evidence of undue adverse impacts of the development? Where do you challenge the findings of the EIA? You don't, do you?
I do, in terms of the balance of impacts between what is from the construction of the wind farm and the proposed benefits of the restoration.
Let's stick with the impact assessment. We're coming on to the restoration proposals in a moment. The balance, I'm looking simply at the impacts of the development. Section 6 of your evidence. That's why I distinguished it from section 7. We're not looking at the balance here, we're looking at the impacts of the development, the residual impacts, taking into account only embedded and design mitigation, not proposed restoration proposals. The ES concludes no significant effects on priority peatland habitat. You bring no evidence to challenge that conclusion, do you, Dr. Cooper?
I still think that the impacts will be greater than our.
Where's your evidence, Dr. Cooper? Come on.
A 2.5 metre. Well, I'm still unclear as to whether or not the 2.5 metre is a construct of the drain is a construction effect or a hydrological effect.
Dr. Cooper, I'm sorry, you are just avoiding the issue, and you really are. Listen to me, please. This is taking time. We have been through track construction. We have been through the figures. We have been paragraph 442. You have confirmed explicitly just now that you raised no issues concerning the impact of the new tracks. You have said that. We have left that subject because you have confirmed that. I'm asking where else in your evidence you provide any evidence which challenges the impact assessment within the ECIA. No significant effects on peatland habitat. I suggest there is none. And I'd like an answer, Dr. Cooper.
Right. Okay. If we're talking about significant impacts, then part of that relates to the value of the habitat.
Ma'am, I'm doing my best to get an answer from this witness on a precise point. I think you have the point. I can take it no further.
Yeah,
It would be helpful to have an answer.
I would like to move on from this. I think I have got a record of the evidence, and one of the points I was going to ask Mr. Cooper, which I might just ask now, was that he keeps turning to the value of the baseline, if you like, and do you think that is really what's coloured your overall assessment here? That having identified the value of the baseline, your conclusion then was that the impacts must be significant. That seems to be the sort of tenet, given the weight of the evidence that you've provided, and perhaps the lack of evidence on the actual impacts, the significant impacts that we might see in an EIA process normally. Is that a fair interpretation of?
It is, yes.
Emphasis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that helps just to clarify that point for me and perhaps to move on from that. Thank you.
Well, it may help, ma'am, to a degree, but I just make the point which I'll make in closing submissions. I won't go on about it now, that you do have to separate out the evaluation of the baseline and the impact assessment. There are two different stages, and you can't elide them, I'm afraid, and I'll make that point in closing.
Thank you. No, I was just trying to ascertain Dr. Cooper's reasoning. Obviously, I have all my notes of all the evidence that we've heard through your cross-examination.
Very well. At all events, Dr. Cooper, if the reporter accepts the assertions that I will make in closing submissions, that you provide no impact evidence to challenge the significant effects findings of the EIAR, we come back, don't we, to table 1 of SPP. If the applicant's position is accepted, then we've ticked the box of the Group 2 development management test, haven't we?
Sorry, if the applicant's...
Dr. Cooper, if the applicant's evidence is accepted in terms of there being no significant effects on priority peatland habitat.
Sorry, yes, yes.
So far as SPP Table 1, Group 2 is concerned, we've satisfied the development management test, haven't we?
Yes.
Thank you. Going on briefly and very briefly to mitigation and enhancement. go to your inquiry report, please, at 7:15. In summary, while SNH welcomes all proposals to return areas of eroding peatland to intact, fully functioning peatland habitat, the proposal or proposals are unclear with no commitment to ensure delivery of the stated objectives. I don't know the extent to which you are familiar with the planning process, Dr. Cooper. Have you dealt with post-consent habitat or land management plans?
Yes.
And you're aware that there will be a condition imposed if consent is granted requiring the final approval of the land management plan, yeah?
Yes.
That's purified post-consent and pre the commencement of the development.
Yes.
That's where you see the detail of the required measures being incorporated and approved, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, well, there we are. We'll have a try on that one. Dr. Cooper, it's been a long cross-examination. I'm very grateful to you for your patience with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the cross-examination. It's 10:20. I've just got a few questions which I could probably go straight into, I think. Obviously, we've heard a lot of evidence, so it's just, I think it's important for me just to make sure that I've understood your position. So it's just a few, these should be quite short points, but I just wanted to make sure that I've gone away understanding your position, Dr. Cooper. That there seems to be a fair bit of agreement that I could take out of this, that the habitat survey work carried out through the EIA, you're not disputing that, or indeed the approach methodology following the established guidelines which have been endorsed by Nature Scott. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. That there is peat on the site that is over 50 centimetres in depth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. That M19 under the NVC is, remind me, does NVC stand for National Vegetation Class? Is it classification?
Classification. Yes.
The M19 under the NVC classification predominates on
That's
the
correct. Yes.
that there is blanket bog.
Yes.
Is blanket bog in its nature, although there are differences in opinion as to the extent of active bog, and
There are.
on that. Okay, thank you. Wait, do tell me if you're disagreeing with these points, because it's important I've got these.
I will. Don't worry.
Got these correctly. So you've spent quite. Your evidence does appear to me to focus on the baseline, in terms of what you observed on your site visits about the quality of the habitat and its national importance. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
And as a result of that, it's the point we touched on there before, that you haven't focused perhaps on the detail of the significance of the impacts as we would normally expect to see in comments on an EIA process.
No, that's I think that's true. If I can maybe help with this. If we felt that this was still a peatland site, but a degraded peatland site, sort of a damaged peatland site, then, well, we wouldn't be here today.
Okay, so it's the quality of the baseline that this sort of influenced your assessment when you went out on site, and from the evidence that you took, that was your principal concern.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, in terms of Mr. Chinnock suggested that you'd put the cart before the horse in taking that sort of approach. I just wanted to give you the opportunity just to explain why you think that that was the correct approach to take.
Well, because we have let's see, it goes back to SPP again. The if we have a nationally important resource, which NatureScot then concludes through its processes is of national interest, then that's the starting point.
Okay, now we will be returning to the interpretation of policy and the detail of policy on Friday. So,
Ma'am, you're fading. I can just about hear you.
oh, sorry, I'll move the. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will be returning to SPP in the policy session, and I don't intend to question you on your interpretation of policy. I'm more interested in your expert evidence here in terms of the impacts on the resource and the nature of the baseline. It does appear though that your approach was covered by that policy, the way you've interpreted the policy in the first place. Would that be fair?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, does it follow, or have I picked you up correctly in the assumption that in concluding that the baseline was so significant and was of national importance, that it followed that avoidance was the only real form of mitigation? Or do you think there was is there an appropriate mitigation here?
For a wind farm of that scale on that site, yes, avoidance would be the only mitigation.
Okay, thank you. Now you'll be aware that I have to report to ministers on my conclusions on policy, but also I need to report to them on my conclusions in relation to EIA process and the significant effects of the development. And I don't intend to revisit that, but in terms of your evidence on that, but it was really the point about mitigation. I do have to report to ministers with recommended conditions in the event that permission was granted for this proposal. You're aware of that, I presume?
Yes.
So in terms of the mitigation that the applicant proposed, do you think that represents best practice? Is it the best that can be achieved in terms of mitigation? It's just that I feel I'm kind of lacking a view from you in terms of the suitability of the land management plan and the peat management plan. Obviously that addressed habitat issues as well. So it's just to try to get a view from you on that. It doesn't come out that clearly from your evidence.
Right, okay. In terms of the, yes, if the development was to be going ahead, was to go ahead, it would remain our view that the grazing issue was an inappropriate aspect of the mitigation, because that relates to an existing land use which the applicant agrees is unsustainable. So if that is taken out of the equation, then the methods that are proposed.
Just to interrupt you at that point, would that not be a benefit though, the reducing the grazing?
Reducing the grazing would be a benefit, yes. Sorry, yes, I should have said that. All the measures that are being proposed would be beneficial to the site. The and the standard sort of approaches to restoration of peatlands, well, throughout the world, to be honest. As I say, it would still remain our contention that is a separate issue. So therefore, we would be looking for to balance that more in the way of the other restoration measures. In other words, the drain blocking and a gully reprofiling and revegetating of areas of bare peat.
Okay, just an answer though to that question. Do you think it goes as far as it possibly can in terms of mitigation, the approach that the applicants are advocating?
There is scope for more.
And will you be able to detail that at the conditions session? Is that something you've been giving some thought to? Given that I would, it would be helpful to have. I don't know if these discussions have been going on in terms of. I did ask for some discussions about conditions and Nature Scots involvement in that. So it's perhaps something that will come out at the conditions session. Could you just update me on any discussions that are happening in that regard?
Yeah. I haven't been involved in any discussions that relate to quantifying that sort of issue. Let's say in terms of the principle and the approach, I mean, happy, content with that. And it's actually quite difficult to quantify it because I mean, because our position is that it's an impact that can't be addressed through mitigation, then to come up with to quantify something which would be appropriate if the development was going ahead is a slightly tricky one, but I'm not going to say it's impossible.
Okay, you do appreciate that would be part of my task, is to recommend that mitigation to ministers, and
yes.
So and so you will be attending the condition session on Friday.
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave it at that we can pick up on those matters through the condition session, at drawing on your evidence that we've heard today. Okay, that concludes the remaining points that I had for you, Dr. Cooper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Jack, anything by way of re-examination, please?
There was just one thing arising from the discussion that we had this morning in relation to core document 14.6. I wonder, Dr. Cooper, if you could have another very brief look at that. So this is CD 14.6, Appendix 1 to Dr. Mills' inquiry report, and it's electronic page 12, which we were looking at earlier. And this is the one with the map with the drains marked onto it. Just a couple of questions in relation to this, Dr. Cooper. The first one was whether you whether you knew what the source of this map was.
My understanding was that it was taken from aerial photography.
Do you know when that would have been done?
I don't know of.
Would have been done?
Sorry?
Do you know when the aerial photography would have been done?
I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, it must be relatively recent given the state of the forestry that's shown in it. But I couldn't give you a date, I'm afraid.
So can you tell from this map whether the drains shown are historic, functioning, redundant, any of those things? Can you help me with that?
It's impossible to tell.
Okay, those were the only 2 points of clarification that I had. I don't have anything else for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Jack. Obviously, that brings us to a conclusion of the evidence on peat, and I would like to thank all the participants in that session very much for their assistance in that matter. Are there any other issues that we need to discuss just in closing the peat session of the inquiry? Mr. Trinnick.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Jack.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Given that you may not be here at the close, you will be in touch. Will you be here when we close the inquiry, the sort of formal inquiry session? It's just in terms of closing submissions. Do we need to discuss dates for that just now?
I think I will be at the hearing session on condition. I would anticipate that we could have that discussion at the end of that, when I think all parties will be present.
Okay, shall we address that then, Mr.
That would
Jack?
be helpful.
Yeah. In the meantime, you might want to discuss amongst yourselves dates for that, so that we can short circuit that process if that's possible. Okay, so that brings us to that session to close. I think we should take, it's 10:34, so we're about to have a shift over in the parties, so let's take 15 minutes now then, so that would take us to 10:50. So we'll reconvene at 10:50. Thank you very much. Okay, that's 10:50. Now we're about to commence the landscape session of this inquiry. For anyone that is joining the inquiry at this point, I would refer you to the introductory remarks I made on Tuesday, which would be available to view on our recording. So I won't rehearse them again or go through any introductions again. I would intend just to go into the main business of this inquiry session. This morning we will be commencing the landscape and visual impact assessment evidence with the applicant's team, and the applicant's witness has, I see, joined us this morning. So welcome to Mr. Bainsfair. Can we just do a sound check with you, please, just so we can make sure that I can hear you?
Yes, good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, that's absolutely clear for me. And with Mr. O'Carroll, I know you were having some problems with my voice before. Is that coming across clearly for you?
It's still very faint, ma'am, but I can hear everything you're saying, so that's the main thing.
Okay. I'm not usually accused of having a quiet voice, so
Me neither.
okay. Thank you. And Mr. Trenick, you can hear everyone.
Thank you very much. You are still fading on occasions. I don't know, maybe volume control or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I have got the volume turned up. It's perhaps if I'm turning my face away from the microphone. I'll try not to do that. Okay. So we'll just make a start. So, Mr. Trenick, if you could introduce your witness again. I'm presuming that we can take the PEC conditions as read, and we'll just continue on with the evidence in chief. Any ideas? Should we talk a little bit about timings?
I think that'd be useful, ma'am. I was going to raise that for another reason, but,
Yeah.
but I think my evidence chief, as you say, will take the preconditions read. Will take no more than half an hour. I hope maybe less. Encouragement to Mr. Bainfair to read quickly. My cross-examination of Carol Anderson will be approximately 2 hours, but certainly not longer, maybe a bit shorter.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. O'Carroll for the council.
I will have very short examination in chief for my own witness, and I estimate that my cross of Mr. Bainfair will take, again, like Mr. Trenick, no more than 2 hours. I'm fairly confident of being less than that.
Okay, so there is a reasonable prospect that we can conclude matters today on the landscape evidence. That would certainly be preferable if we can do so.
I think there's every prospect, ma'am. I was going to raise one point, that for the conditions session, you said you'd like Dr. Cooper to partake in it. I have my two witnesses, and I rather assumed you might want them there as well to discuss conditions and restoration options. And I need to make plans for them because Dr. Mills has got a long journey home, Dr. Massey less so. I'm just wondering whether we don't mind a really long day, whether we might squeeze in conditions late in the day today.
It'd be my preference not to do that, I have to say. I think that would be a bit much.
I understand, that's fine.
Yeah.
In that case, my witnesses know what they have to do for tomorrow morning. That's absolutely fine.
That's fine.
Do you need Dr. Mills at the session tomorrow, the condition session, or is it mainly Dr. Massey?
Well, I mean, we shouldn't really be rehearsing evidence as such. It's really just if there are issues arising about the detail of the land management plan where that expertise might come into play.
Yeah.
So I will leave that to you, I think, just in terms of who you think might best.
Yes, I understand that. That's fine. We'll make arrangements according. Do you mind if I just have an aside then to my witnesses before I start the evidence in chief, so they know what to do? It won't take a moment.
Yes, no, that's fine. Thanks.
And I'm not asking for a break. It'll take 30 seconds. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
That's been arranged, but could we possibly alter the order of the sessions tomorrow morning so the conditions are first? It's just availability of Dr. Mills later in the morning. If that was possible, that'd be very helpful.
Well, I think we'd need to check that with Nature Scott in terms of their availability.
Okay.
Yeah, it would depend, I suppose, if Miss Jack is able to attend in the morning. Perhaps someone could.
We'll do that, ma'am. We'll check with Nature Scott on that point while we deal with the landscape evidence.
Okay, the council, do you have any objection to taking it in that order?
I just received a message that suits.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little there, Mr. O'Carroll. I took it from that you were agreeable to that.
Yes, both of them would confirm that they're available for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. I'm grateful for that, and we'll come back to you with Nature Scott's position. So, shall I now call Mr. Painsfair?
Yes, please, if you want to lead off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Painsfair. We're going to take your proclamation as read, but you're Robert Painsfair. You have a postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture. You're a chartered landscape architect, a member of the Landscape Institute, 25 years experience and more. And you're currently head of the Landscape Architecture Services at Ramboll UK Limited. Now, would you take up, please, the inquiry report of Carol Anderson, which is CD 14-9.
I have it.
When you get there, please go, and I'm to paragraph 6.2. My apologies, ma'am. I got electronic page references for most documents, but not for this one. But paragraph 6.2.
I'm there.
Sorry, hold on, ma'am. If you could give me the electronic page, or someone give me the electronic page reference for 6.2.
7, page 7.
All right, so I know how to treat the numbers now. Thank you. In that paragraph, Carol Anderson says the LVIA set out in the ES concludes significant effects would arise on the craggy upland LCT, that's the host landscape, but only on the more sensitive, smaller scale western shore of Blarghour. I consider that significant effects to be more widespread, occurring not only on the western shore of Blarghour, but also on the Loch Avic area and on the proposed development site in the area immediately surrounding it. I think you want to respond to that, please.
Yeah. Table TA 431, residual effects on landscape character types, which is in CD1. Sorry.
You're not going to go to any documents now. You're simply responding by reference to documents, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I beg your pardon.
People don't have the documents out. Thank you. Carry on, please, and take it fairly slowly.
Right.
Mr. Jacob, I could remind you to mute your mic when you finish talking, just so we can avoid interference.
And table 432, residual cumulative effects on landscape character types, which is on page 18 of CD 1.9, predict localized significant effects on the western side of Loch, or significant effects on elevated moorlands of the craggy uplands were not predicted, as the elements being introduced would not be uncharacteristic of the LCT, and therefore not a significant effect as a whole, as illustrated specifically at viewpoints 8 and 11, which are elevated viewpoints.
Sorry, could I just ask you to slow down a little bit, because I need to take notes as I go along. So
right, okay, point taken. My apologies. So viewpoint 8 and 11, and the figure numbers for those are 4.16A, B, and C, and figures 419A, B, and C in CD 1.8. Views of the proposed development from Loch Avic would be constrained by a combination of topography and forest or tree cover.
Mr. Painsfair, speed, slow down. The reporter is making a note. Please keep it slow.
Right, okay, I'll try my best. Intermittent views would be provided from northbound vehicles on Loch Avic Road.
And now you faded. I'm sorry to be such a nuisance, but we now can't hear you.
Right. Is that any better?
That's a lot better. So
okay, I'll try and move a bit closer to the mic. Sorry about that.
Would you go back, please, to where you were dealing with views of the proposed development from Loch Avic?
Yes, views of the proposed development from Loch Avic would be constrained by a combination. Sorry.
Very sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Painsfair. I don't know if we might need to have a headset again. I think it might be very
okay.
spatial. I know it's nice wearing these things, but
No, that's absolutely fine. Let me just see if I can get this to work. Can you hear me?
I'll seek some assistance. I'm going to seek some assistance at this end.
Thank you.
If we just pause a moment.
Thank you.
Is that coming through? Can you hear? I can't hear them now.
That sounds much better.
Oh right, excellent. That's relief. Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Lizzie.
Go back, please, to views of the proposed development from Loch Avick. Start again there.
Right. Views of the proposed development from Loch Avick would be constrained by a combination of topography, forest and tree cover. Intermittent views would be provided from northbound vehicles on Loch Avick Road and distant views from Dorlan Point on the northern side of the loch. The clearest views occurring where Avick Road approaches Loch Orr. An example of that would be viewpoint 3, figures 411A, B and C of CD 1.8. Whilst undoubtedly adding a new feature to the skyline, proposed development would generally be seen distantly from receptor locations around Loch Avick, would generally be partially screened or backclothed by topography. Viewpoints 3 and 9 illustrate some of the variability of visibility as illustrated in figures 411 to 411C and 417 to 417C in CD 1.8. The proposed development would be of insufficient prominence to represent a fundamental or considerable change to key aspects of the view, such as the form of the loch sides or the scale of the landscape of the loch interior itself. And that's the conclusion to that point.
Thank you very much. I think we can take paragraph 6.3 of Carol Anderson's inquiry report as read, because it's really an expansion of what she says in 6.2. So I want you to go on now to consider the effect on the craggy uplands landscape in terms of the area closer to the site and in terms of the other points made by Carol Anderson in 6.3.
I agree with Ms. Anderson that wind farms are a key characteristic element of the craggy uplands landscape, but not so numerous or clustered to be the determining characteristic of the landscape. It is the limited number of developments and their separation that offers the greatest potential to accommodate additional development, as does the topographical form of the landscape, which is typified by low ridges and summits, providing some additional enclosure or screening, as evidenced at viewpoints 8 at Ben Derg, which is illustrated in figure 4.16A and B in CD 1.8, from where the development is partially screened by intervening topography. The site was also selected to mitigate potential effects on a number of key sensitive landscapes, including designated landscapes, and the main focus or concentrations of visual receptors as described in section 2.3, page 16 of my inquiry report in CD 14.1. The difference between the proposed developments turbines and the operational Carrigageal array in views from viewpoint 11, which is at Ben Chapel, and illustrated in figure 4.19c, would not be immediately apparent, and Ansui turbines would be seen distantly, their small scale being perceived partially due to the perspective from this view. In respect of the largely unmodified moorland context, it is the simplicity of this landscape with the adjoining landscape and absence of size indicators largely that makes it suitable for the type of development proposed. That's the end of my points on that particular paragraph.
In 6.4, Karen Anderson deals in more detail with impacts within 2 to 3 kilometres of the proposed development within the same landscape type. And she also deals with the setting and appreciation of the hills of Blarghour and Blarghour. I think you want to respond to what she says there.
Yes, indeed. We do not identify significant effects on the elevated moorland of the craggy uplands, as the elements being introduced are not uncharacteristic within that landscape character type, and therefore no significant effects as a whole are expected as illustrated at viewpoints 8 and 11, as previously noted. Effects on the open character and sense of naturalness.
Just stop you there a moment. When you say not a significant effect as a whole, you mean as an incremental effect of this development?
That's correct.
Not an overall effect, but an additional effect. That's what you mean?
That's right.
Okay, please carry on.
Sorry, if I could just interject there. I think that was a blatantly leading question. It's I know that these matters are relatively informal, but it's not permissible for Mr. Trinick to provide the wording in chief for his witness to agree with. And while I'm holding the floor virtually, I wonder, Ma'am, if perhaps we are just repeating evidence of this witness that's already contained within his inquiry report.
Responding to both points, I apologise if I led and didn't intend to. Your point is taken, Mr. O'Carroll. I'll try and do better next time. So far as repeating evidence, I don't think we are. We're very clearly responding to the evidence of Carol Anderson, and I think it's entirely fair to do so. But I'm in your hands, ma'am. If you think I'm straying over the boundaries, no doubt you'll tell me.
I'm happy to hear your emphasis in terms of the evidence in chief, as long as that is taken proportionately, and you perhaps want to word your question a little differently. Thank you.
Point taken, and thank you, ma'am. Very well. In terms of 6.4, I think we've covered the point. Would you go on, please, to Karen Anderson's 6.7?
Certainly.
Short paragraph, or shorter paragraph. It's a section which starts, I'm not going to read it out, as identified. Where are we? No, I'm not going to try and pick anything out in particular. Just will you respond to what she says in 6.7?
Yeah, the enclosure and substantially forested or wooded character of Loch-Awe and Loch Avic, whilst constituents of the wider craggy uplands, have some notable differences to the moorlands of the uplands, including the enclosure of views by escarpment, a linear form and a prominence of open water. In designing the proposed development, cognizance of key sensitivities within Loch-Awe were taken into account. This is discussed in 4.6e page 30 of the LVIA in CD 1.6, as were the broader sensitivities in the wider study area applied for the LVIA.
Turning to the, excuse me just a moment, I want to see if I can cut out a point here. I think we can. I'd like you to turn to 6.9 of Carol Anderson's evidence, where she states that the proposed development would appear to dominate the narrow extent of the middle section of Loch-Awe, and would diminish the sense of naturalness and seclusion that can be experienced. What's your response to that, please?
I would question the assertion that the proposed development would dominate the middle section of Loch-Awe. For the proposed development to be dominant, it would need to take primacy over other features in the view. For the visualizations for viewpoints at Delavic, viewpoints 1 and 2, which are illustrated in figures 4.9b and 410b in CD 1.8, and at Inverrinen, which is viewpoint 4, which is figure 12b in CD 1.8, and which are some of the closest viewpoints to the proposed development, don't reflect this asserted dominance. With regard to the potential effects on naturalness and seclusion of the landscape, I feel this to be a largely subjective matter. The influence of large-scale coniferous plantations, scattered properties along the eastern side of the loch, for instance, present a managed and settled character that is far from natural. The proposed development would introduce turbines to a moorland with forestry, where wind energy developments are already characteristic features, albeit not on or in the immediate vicinity of the site.
All right. I want to move on now to a penultimate point, which is at 7.10, please, 7.10 of Carol Anderson's inquiry report, where she suggests that the LVIA understates the effects of the proposed development on views from the B840 east of Ford, and the B840 goes along the eastern side of the loch, of course, and we know where Ford is. What's your response to that?
Yeah, views from such locations from this section of the route would be fleeting, oblique, and the proposed development would be seen at a distance of over 17.5 kilometres and represent a relatively small feature in the view. Viewpoint 4 is illustrative of the view from part of the
do you mean 4 or 14?
14. Viewpoint 14. The view from this part of the B840, the duration and distance of the view and the proportion of the view affected are all relevant to the magnitude of impact and the residual effect for which we have a non-significant level of effect.
My final point, I think, is just a correction of a small error in your inquiry report. If we go to paragraph 327, 327 rather.
Yes.
Which is on page 20. Yes, it is on electronic page 20. 327. I think, and I am going to lead you here because it's the best way to do it, is simply a factual correction. In the second line, if people delete from after the brackets and from a limited number of locations on the eastern side of the loch, e.g. viewpoint 5 at Ballymenoch, close brackets, those words can be deleted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Bainsfair, would you like to stay there, please, and maybe some questions, please?
Thank you for that. Mr. O'Carroll, do you want to commence your cross-examination, please?
I will. Good morning, Mr. Bainsfair. Can you hear me okay?
I can indeed.
Mr. Baines, when I'm speaking to you, I've got three screens in front of me. When I'm speaking to you, I might be turning my head to the side while I'm speaking from another screen. And if you can't hear me as a result of me doing that, please do raise your hand and make that apparent. Thank you.
There is a bit of an intermittent interruption. Sorry, Mr. Carroll, Mr. O'Carroll. There is a slight interruption in your transmission, I'm afraid. It's probably not insurmountable.
Okay, well, we'll see how we go. Is that clear enough just now, at this moment?
It is indeed.
Okay, good. Well, I'm going to go through your inquiry report, and what I'm going to do is trying to gather comments of yours on different subject areas. So the first thing I would like to go to and ask you about is your consideration of the landscape wind energy capacity study. And from now on, I'm just going to refer to that as LWEX. Okay?
Right. Okay.
Now, perhaps we could deal with some uncontroversial issues first. Mr. Bainsfair, you accept that the LWEX is a consideration for to take into account?
I do.
Yes. And you also accept that the weight which the reporter decides to apply to it is entirely a matter for her in the exercise of her judgment?
I agree.
Thank you. You also accept that the LWEX is acknowledged in planning case being a useful tool for the assessment of wind farm development proposals?
My understanding is it's an assistance in terms of advising policy and potential developers in terms of suitable locations.
Okay, I think we differ then because it goes a bit further than that, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. In terms of the LWEX and the influence it has on us all here today, clearly a matter of fact that, in fact, your own LVIA and your inquiry report are indeed structured around following the LCTs identified by the study.
That's correct.
And indeed, all of us, the reporter, myself, and Mr. Trenick are all working, and all the other relevant witnesses are all working from the definitions that are provided, in particular in relation to landscape character types 7 and 20, which are set out in LWEX.
That's agreed. They certainly have a starting point.
Right. Well, that then brings me back to the thing I said I was going to come back to, and I will do that now. I'd like to ask you to look, please, at a prior reporter decision at core production, core document 1041, which is the Cregan decision.
Mm-hmm. I've got that.
And the electronic page I have is 55 of 125. Do you have that?
I have.
You have, thank you. So in an earlier answer, you said it was useful for, I think, authorities and developers, or authorities in setting policy, and for developers. What I'm going to suggest to you, by reference to only 2 decisions, although there are more, is that it is also useful in decision making on appeal, such as this. So if we go to, please, paragraph 3.99 of core production 1041.
I have that.
Do you see, I'm not going to go through all of it, but we see there it says that given that background, we too find that LWEX is not part of the development plan, nor is it supplementary guidance. It does, however, assess the relative sensitivities of Argyll and Butte's landscape character types to different typologies of wind energy development. Do you see that?
I do indeed.
And we consequently regard it as a material consideration in the determination of this appeal. And in doing so, we take the point that LWEX, as it considers the differing sensitivities of landscape character types in the area to wind turbines, is in effect an assessment of relative sensitivity to such development. You with me so far?
I am indeed.
And indeed, in this case in Cregan, which was in that case, the was refused in Cregan, was it not?
It was, yes.
And we perhaps don't need to go through it all. I can if you wish. It was refused because of significant cumulative impacts that were found by the reporters in that case. Are you aware
Yes.
of that?
Yes, I was involved in the Blarghour inquiry, which considered Cregan.
Yes, I remember you from that also. Thank you, yes. And it was therefore refused largely in relation to cumulative landscape and visual impacts.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. In that case, then, if we could go on to just another decision, and I'll be brief at this time. If we go on to the Ardconnell decision, which is a core document 10.7. And I'd like to take you to paragraph 31, which is electronic page 7.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to find the core document. Sorry, 10.7, I've got it.
Thank you. And I'm at electronic page 7.
I have that.
At paragraph 31, this of course Ardconnell is somewhat closer to where we are talking about now, and this was that decision, and it says there in paragraph 14 above, I found the proposal to be contrary to some of the guidance contained in LWEX, that's the 2012 version. This supported my concerns about the overall adverse landscape and visual impacts, particularly the relationship with Ansui. Do you see that?
I do.
So of course, we are here also ourselves concerned with our relative impact cumulatively with Ansui, but that's not my point I'd like to put now. What I'd like to suggest to you, contrary to your earlier answer, Mr. Ainsfair, is that in relation to this paragraph in this decision at least, do we see that the reporter found the LWEX evaluation to be determinative in combination with his own judgment which he applied to that material consideration?
I see it as being contributing, yes. Yes. I couldn't say without reading the entirety of his decision.
Thank you, I'll take that. I'm going back to your inquiry report, and I'm now at paragraph 2.2 of that core document 14.1, and you make reference there, and you yourself have quoted from a decision from a report to ministers in that Culzean decision. Are you with me so far?
Sorry, could you give me the page again? Sorry.
It's your document, your inquiry report, and it's 222. And it's the electronic page 9 of 28.
9, thank you. Right. I'm on page 9.
Thank you. And so do you see your own quotation from the Culzean decision?
Yes.
I have two short questions for you. Was the Culzean scheme found to be contrary to the guidance contained within LWEX?
That's my understanding, yes.
And I can take you to paragraph 3.128, which simply says that in very bold terms, but I don't think I need to.
No.
And again, another short, simple question. And was the Culzean scheme refused?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Now, going on to the next paragraph of your inquiry report, you say, despite existing and consented wind farms in Argyll and Bute being situated within what are Group 3 locations in landscape and visual terms, the the capacity study places the vast majority of these existing schemes in landscapes of high, medium or high landscape sensitivity with very limited or no capacity for such developments. I think this is very much a clarification point.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just establish what it is you're talking about here? And you're talking about group 3 locations there. Now, are you within that referring to the spatial policy that is set out in SPP?
It's actually a point relating to the, it may be that there are some group 2 areas on the grounds of peat. The point I was making was that in landscape terms, there are no, there may be no regional or nationally important landscapes which would mean that it would be in either group 1 or 2. So it's a point just making that the landscape doesn't have the same significant protection that it might do if it was but it's largely to do with peat or carbon-rich soils.
Yeah, I had a question slightly before that, Mr. Bainsfair, and that when you're using the phrase group 3 and in your answer group 1 and 2, are you drawing that from the spatial policy and Scottish planning policy?
Yes.
Right. And are you clear as to, or rather, can we be clear that when you're looking at what you call group 3 location, are the spatial policy considerations that are set out in SPP relevant to the landscape and visual impacts which you're here to give evidence about?
No, the point I'm making is not necessarily about the landscape and visual impact assessment. It's about the siting of the development in an area where the landscape, in terms of SPP, doesn't fall within group 1 or 2. I know it's a distinction I appreciate.
Right. Okay. The other thing I wonder if you could help me with is that you say, you use the word places as a verb. So you say the LWEX places the vast majority of these existing schemes in landscapes of high, medium or high landscape sensitivity. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, because my understanding of what the LWEX does, well, we've already discussed what it is, and I don't see that the role of the LWEX is to place anything anywhere specifically. Why did you say that?
Yeah, just for clarification, maybe it's a bit of sloppy English. Essentially what I'm saying is that within the sites that I've considered, they sit within locations which are identified with LWEX as having high, medium or high landscape sensitivity and with limited or no capacity for such developments.
So the only point you're making then is that they are to be found in such locations.
That's one of the points leading to a later argument about the fact that just making the point that yes, there may be some areas where there's high sensitivity and limited scope, but there is still evidence of development evolving within those locations. That's really merely the point I'm making.
Thank you. Now the to 4 of your inquiry report, and I'm at the electronic page 10 now of that document.
Yes, I've got that.
You're making a comment in that about the sensitivity of the remaining landscape within the LWEX. So you're aware of the fact that there was a reappraisal in 2017 compared to the 2012 LWEX
Yes.
study.
Yes, I am. Yes.
And if we could just go very briefly to another document, if we could go to the LWEX itself, and I'll be coming back to this a few times, so if that handy, it'd be helpful. It's at core document 4.10. Do you have that, Mr. Bainsfair?
Yeah, I've got 3 volumes, though, a main volume, an appendices, and then the main report. Which one?
Right. I'm at the main report, the first volume, and it's the page I'm at is 8 of 660. So the number of pages will let you know which document you should be referring to.
Right. Sorry, which page are you at? Sorry.
8, electronic page 8, which is at paragraph 1.2.
Right. Okay.
And do you see?
Yep.
Do you have the heading there? Study aims.
I do indeed.
Thank you. I'm not going to read it all out, but this study revises and updates the 2012 LWEX in response to changes in baseline conditions and to reflect current planning policy and guidance. And then there's a number of bullet points.
Mr. O'Carroll, sorry to interrupt. I'm having trouble tracing the paragraph number. Oh, are we in CD 410?
Yes, Mr. Trent.
At paragraph what?
Paragraph 0.2, which is electronic page 8 of 660, and the copy I have in front of me.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bainsfair, I was then asking you about the various bullet points underneath form 2, and you can see that I'm not going to read them all out, but we can see basically in general terms that what the 2017 study does is to look at an update in terms of changes in the base conditions and reflecting current planning policy and guidance. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, at the end of your paragraph 224 of your report, you pose a query, a rhetorical query, but you say the cumulative context in the craggy uplands around Blarghour has not changed since the 2012 study, and it is therefore unclear as to the cause of the increased sensitivity given to this landscape. Now, I would like then, in response to that, to take you please to core document 15.4, which is Carol Anderson's precognition. And I think you said, so I think you might have that.
I have.
And we can see there, if you could take you please to page 4 of that, electronic page 4 of that at paragraph 3.1, where it says, Mr. Bainsfair notes in paragraph 224 of his inquiry report, there are differences in the findings set out for craggy upland landscape character type in the 2012 and updated 2017, despite the cumulative context not having changed in the period between. Then goes on to say the 2012 LWEX to be a medium landscape sensitivity and high medium visual sensitivity to large wind turbines and some limited scope for the large development typology from 80 to 130 meters was identified. The 2017 LWEX combined landscape and visual sensitivities to arrive at a sensitivity score of high to medium to large wind turbines. High combined landscape and visual sensitivity was judged in relation to very large turbines, which was not considered in the 2012 study. And 3.2, the differences in sensitivity ratings between the 2012 and 2017 studies was due in part to the combining of landscape and visual sensitivity criteria into a combined judgment of sensitivity. The Carragill and Acruach wind farms were consented and considered to form the landscape and visual baseline in 2012, but the study team's judgments were also informed by field assessment of the as-built effects of the Carragill wind farm on the Blarghour area. So apologies for the lengthy reading. However, it's in answer to the point made in your own inquiry report. And do we see there we have a direct explanation to the query which you have raised?
Yes, there is an explanation in there.
Thank you. Now, going back to your inquiry report, I'm now at paragraph 2.2.5 and 6.
I've got them.
Thank you. And discuss a disconnect. Your other examples there. The scope because of the present constraints, including operational wind farms already in the Craggy Islands, talking of the effects likely to arise. So
Mr.
that's what
we
the
have
study
lost
has
your...
found. And
Sorry, just to stop you, I'm not hearing you and I can't see you anymore.
You've used. We agree that the...
Excuse me, Mr. Carroll? Mr. Carroll? Oh, we've lost Mr. Carroll. Has everyone else lost him?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I think you might... I'm not sure if I'm able to... I can't hear you. You seem to be cracking up.
Yes, we lost that most of what your last question. We lost your picture and we lost your audio. So you will have to just go back to that.
My picture and audio now.
I have your picture and I can hear
no,
you.
Mum.
Yeah, I have to say when you're turning your face away, I'm finding it a little difficult to follow.
I anticipated that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. We'll make the best of it. If you don't happen to have a headset that you could use when you're...
I'm afraid I don't.
Okay.
Any difference actually. What I do think is that we've got quite a lot of bandwidth being used up now because I've got 3 screens in front of me, which perhaps isn't helpful. What I could maybe try and do is just simply to... Well, we'll get by as best we can. If you can hear me now, Mr. Bainsfair.
It's a bit intermittent, but it seems reasonably stable at the moment.
It's not for me, I can tell you. You're half freezing and then disappearing. Not...
Okay.
Perhaps shall we? I could perhaps just consult and see if it's worth you coming off the call and coming back on. Let's have another go. I can see you now. Let's just see how we get along now. Okay.
Okay. Right. I was at paragraph 2.2.5 of your inquiry report, Mr. Bainsfair.
Yes.
And I was querying the word disconnect. Now, I simply set out the reason why we have a statement of limited scope in the LWEX, but can we agree that the study findings are still valid, even if they are not followed?
Yeah, they are what they are. They're published sensitivity study, and the point there in terms of the disconnect is just purely to do with the advice given in the capacity study, or the LWEX rather, and the developments that's occurring on the ground. It's not to say that that any more meaning than that.
Thank you. And I think we can agree on the same point at 228 of your inquiry report, that I think there all you're saying is that there are certain proposals that were granted planning permission despite being contrary to the recommendations of LWEX. Is that a fair summation of what you said there?
Yes, I think I go a little bit further than that. I think it's really to do with ministers accepting the certain number of developments that clearly run contrary to LWEX guidance.
Right, and again, though, I think I've got the same point that that may be the case, and of course there are a number of different features or factors that play into an ultimate decision made by ministers and indeed by individual reporters, but it doesn't deprive LWEX of its validity, does it?
No, it's still a material consideration.
Thank you, and I think I probably have a related as well, moving on. Yes, so deemed in planning, I think, again, are we just saying the same thing there? When you say deemed acceptable planning, do you simply mean that it's a consent has that nonetheless been granted? Is that what you mean by that phrase?
Sorry, which paragraph is this in? Sorry.
I'm still at 228, Mr. Baines.
Right, I beg your pardon.
And you used the phrase, that's okay. And you said, despite being deemed acceptable in plan. Now, does that phrase mean that consents in those cases wanted? Is that all it means?
That's what it means, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, yeah, going back to our early discussion with regard to Group 2 and Group 3, and you accepted that guided by considerations within Scottish planning policy in that characterisation of areas within it. I think if I could just perhaps just broadly try and deal with this as quickly as possible, but just to say that if we're looking at SPP, there are a number of different criteria within that, and those will be the subject of a planning discussion at a later stage. So that as far as you're concerned, and our discussion today, we're not going to be considering a detailed discussion around planning policy or what is acceptable in planning terms, are we?
No, I wouldn't be doing that.
Okay. Fine, thank you. So I'm going on now to 2213 of your inquiry report.
I have it.
Thank you. You say the Acruach and Sui, Benglass and Carrigill turbines are situated within the craggy uplands landscape in which the proposed development is also located. And again, this is tying in with what we've already been discussing. So you're saying, and we've got this from you loudly and clearly, that there are nonetheless other developments within this LCT despite the change which exists because of LWEC. So that's a paragraph where you summarize them. Is that a correct basis for continuing? You with me so far?
Yeah, no, I am, yes, yeah.
Thank you. So in terms of what you've then stated in 2213, is that whilst obviously as a matter of fact one would have to accept those observations, are you perhaps missing a point that if this scheme were to be allowed, it would introduce a substantial new additional development comprising 13 136.5 metre turbines, which would be affecting this landscape in a specific area where at present there is none?
It does introduce a new development to that landscape, but as I mentioned in the evidence in chief earlier, this is a landscape which is partially characterised, not defined, but characterised by wind energy development. So yes, it would introduce a new development, and it is a development of a particular scale.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come on to the characterization shortly, but if I could just go back to your report at 220, and you say a large proportion of existing schemes in the vicinity of the proposed development will come to the end of their consented life during the proposed, which you say will extend until 2054, and so a number are expected repowered with turbines of a larger size or removed in accordance with their extant consent, and the cumulative context and development pattern is expected to change. Now, I'm wondering whether that really assists this inquiry at all. Bainsfair, because it does seem to be a matter of conjecture and relating to circumstances which cannot be entirely known. Fair to say.
Yeah, my point is specifically that, which is that the future baseline, if I can put it that way, is uncertain. There is a lot of interest in development. We don't know what's going to come forwards. And SUI will reach the end of its consented life, and it will either be removed or there may be proposals brought forward. It's just really highlighting that there's a great deal of uncertainty. And this is an issue that is coming up a lot within Scotland, obviously.
But there is a contrast between that statement and what you then go on to say, I have to say correctly, at 2.2.22, whereby you say that there are impacts. Sorry, you make the point that the proposed development should be judged on its own merits. I think that's something we can definitely both agree upon.
Mm-hmm.
But where I would disagree with you there in that particular paragraph is that where you say, with regards to the assertions in the inquiry statement, this is not relevant to the application. The relative impacts attributed to the An-Sui wind farm. So I'm perplexed by that, but surely the An-Sui wind farm does require to be taken into account as part of the cumulative effect of it. So it is relevant to take it into account, is it not?
No, it is. It is relevant to take into account, and the LVIA and subsequent materials submitted before the inquiry do address it as part of the cumulative context.
Yes, indeed. There is guidance on this. I don't think it's going to go to that in light of your answer. So if we go to 2.2.26. Now, what you do here is you consider other refused applications, and then you contrast them with what is proposed. Is that right? So I'm at
yes, that's that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm at 2.2.26, and you make the point there that there is two things that differentiate it from where we are here in terms of the distance from Dalavich and also the distance from the proposal to the existing wind farm at An-Sui, yeah?
Yes.
I would just like to query with you whether or not the two proposals are in fact quite comparable. If we bear in mind, if we were to look at viewpoint 2, and we'll be doing that later, but if we were to look at viewpoint 2, we can see that the Dalavich jetty is 5.6 kilometers from the nearest turbine. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but yes, I assume so.
Right, so there's not a whole lot of difference between 5.6 kilometers and the 3.5 that you've mentioned there, is there?
There certainly could be. That's quite a difference in distance, but the contrast wasn't just about distance. It was
Right,
also about the separation between the schemes.
Yes, indeed. And I think what I think is also, I think it would be helpful at this stage then, the separation distance. And the separation distance, are you referring to the separation distance from Dalavich or the separation distance from the An-Sui existing wind farm?
Distance from the An-Sui development to Blarghour, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if we could just again remind us.
Mr. O'Connell, I just see clarification of one of your questions. You were referring to the distance from viewpoint 2 to the development. What was the distance you gave?
See it from viewpoint 2 itself within the documents I'm just about to go to, actually, Mr. Drinick.
I just thought you said 2.6 kilometers.
It's noted in there at 5.6 kilometers.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it would be useful now to go to CD 1.8, please, Mr. Bainsfair. And I've got the line, and I don't have electronic page numbers, but I'm at your figure 4. Well, starting with 4.10a at viewpoint 2. And are you with me?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So we can see the nearest turbine is there marked at 5.6 kilometers. And then if we move on to, we can see the visualization at 4.10b. And then if we move on to the cumulative wireline view at figure 4.10c at viewpoint 2 at the Dalavik jetty.
Yes.
So what we have there is within that wireline view, we can see for ourselves the distance and the viewpoint there and the existence of the two wind farms side by side in the cumulative view.
Well, I think it's probably a semantic point, but I wouldn't say they were side by side. There is clear separation, both and also a difference in their visibility, obviously.
Yeah. Well, that's right, and we can see for ourselves what the viewpoint shows. So, but within that viewpoint, then they are both visible from the viewer at that viewpoint. Then clearly,
just one point of clarification, if I may. This is a 90-degree image, which clearly isn't a representative. This is a concurrent view, if I can put it that way. So you'd have to rotate to see both. So it's a minor. It's in some ways a minor point, but I just want to be clear that this image is not a standard eye view.
Thank you. Now, so I was the discussion I was embarking upon there was that the differences between that and Arconal were not as great as you appear to be saying at paragraph 2 to 26 of your inquiry report.
It's not possible to tell from this image, unfortunately, because Arconal isn't shown in it, so I can't say with any certainty based on this image. But
and there's another short point arising from this, because of course we're dealing with a different application, albeit in the same area. But I would assume that the reason why you've mentioned the distance to Dalavik was because we're looking at a distance to the proximity to a settlement. So if we remind ourselves, and we can do this very quickly again by looking at viewpoint 4, that we know that Inverrinen settlement is only 3.9 kilometers away, isn't that correct?
I haven't got it in front of me, but yes, I take a word for it.
Okay. Fine, thank you. Now, if I could go to the back to the Arconal decision, please, which is at core production, core document 10.7.
Just to find that, sorry. 10.7.
So while we're discussing the similarities or otherwise with Arconal, then we're now going to Arconal 10.7. I'm at paragraph 14.
Do you know the page number, please?
I'm just getting to that, and
okay.
It is 3 of 7.
I'm there.
Thank you. I'm going to the last sentence of that decision there, where the reporter says, "In my opinion, the different sized turbines, the visual prominence of the proposal, and different rotational speeds would be visually discordant and significantly detract from the setting of Blarghour. Do you see that?
No, sorry, could you remind, which paragraph are we in?
Certainly. Paragraph 14.
14, okay.
1-4.
Yep, I've got that.
And the reporter, and I'm going to the last sentence of that paragraph there, 14. And the reporter says, in my opinion, the different size turbines, the visual prominence of the proposal, and different rotational speeds would be visually discordant and significantly detract from the setting of Blarghour. Do you see that now, Mr.
I do see it, yeah.
So do you accept then that as far as we're concerned, the reporter at the Ardconnell wind farm, he found that the visual prominence of the proposal would, together with the differences in turbine sizes and rotor speeds, significantly detract from the setting of Blarghour?
I see that his point in relation to that scheme, yes, I do.
Well, what you were attempting to do was to draw a distinction between this refused scheme and comparing it unfavorably with this more favorable scheme that's now being proposed. But we've now looked at one of the findings made by that reporter. And do we then have certain elements of similarity, despite what you said earlier, between the two schemes?
I think there's sufficient distinction for this to be judged very separately and differently. The separation is more marked, and as a consequence, as I say elsewhere in my evidence, there are locations where actually the two schemes aren't visible together. So I think there, whereas Ardconnell, especially I was thinking of viewpoint 1 in Delavic, where Ardconnell would have sat much more centrally in the view, and would have sat closer to Ansui, and I think that would, I think, heighten the degree of perceived difference between the two developments. I'm not saying there won't be differences. My point really here is one which is distinct, which is the separateness of the two schemes provides for some difference in their design. I think it's highly unlikely that any development coming forward would use the same turbines as Ansui. I mean, that's just my experience of working with current developers in terms of post-subsidy world.
Okay, yes. Ansui is considerably smaller.
And located differently. It does sit on a prominent escarpment. So.
Yes. You're breaking up actually ever so slightly in your responses. I'm actually saying, but I'm just wondering if the reporter is finding you're breaking up, or are we okay?
Yes, I'm actually finding it fine to follow.
Okay, good.
So,
that's good. Okay, that's fine then. Thank you very much for that indication, Mum. Mr. Bainsfair, can I just go back then? I take all that from you. Can I just go back then to the actual points made in that paragraph and the finding of that reporter in our column?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the specific points I was putting to you, rather than just separation distance alone. But as you say, we will always have different turbine sizes, but the effect is that taking the turbine sizes together with the difference in rotation speeds and the visual prominence which you would have from larger turbines, they would, taken in combination, significantly detract from the setting of Blarghour. That's correct though, isn't it?
There are significant effects at some locations. I wouldn't tend to generalize it across the whole of Blarghour because the visibility just isn't there on a consistent basis.
And I was going to then take you to viewpoint to the cumulative illustration, but we've already done that. But that was really a point at which I was going to ask you to look at that and to consider those matters together. But we already have your evidence on that, so I'll move on. But the another final point, though, with regard to the Ardconnell proposal, is it not the case that in Ardconnell there would have been 15 turbines that would have been somewhat smaller at 111 meters rather than 136.5 that are proposed here?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Now, thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to another general area of consideration now that we've looked at the LWICs and matters from that. I'm now going to consider broadly landscape impacts. And what I'm going to do first is to start at the end and go back. So if I could go to 3240 of your inquiry report, core document 14.1. And I appreciate you've got a number of conclusions, but 3240 is helpful because it's quite compendious. And you say at, oh, sorry, do you have that before you?
I do, yes, sorry, yes, I do.
That's fine, thank you. So you say the proposed development as a result of this siting would have no significant effects on designated or classifications, landscapes. The council SNH's position would have relatively constrained visibility due to a combination of topography and extensive forest and tree cover. So much we've heard already from you in your evidence in chief today. You then go on, as a consequence, significant effects on landscape, I think you mean and landscape character and visual amenity would be localized and affect a relatively small number of what may be considered regionally or locally important receptors. Such effects are not untypical for onshore wind energy developments in the UK. So I know you've got other conclusions, but would it be fair to say that that's your overall summation of your inquiry report, your evidence with regard to these impacts?
Obviously a simplified summary, yes.
Yes, as it must be. Thank you. So what I'd like to do now is to just try and break down the component parts which have led you to that conclusion. And the first thing I'm going to do now then is to ask you please to look at the Landscape Institute guidelines, which are code 8.
I have it.
You have it. Good. So do I. So now, this is a 95-page document, electronically speaking. So I'd like to take you please to paragraph 5.19, and I'll give you the electronic number in a moment. .519 is to be found at electronic page 49 of 95.
I'm there.
And it's the heading, establishing the value of the landscape.
Mm.
And I'm not going to read the whole paragraph, but obviously, since you're a member of the Landscape Institute, you're familiar with this paragraph. And so I'm just going to simply by way of reminding you, look at just start the first sentence. As part of the baseline description, the value of the potentially affected landscape should be established. This means the relative value that is attached to different landscapes by society, bearing in mind that a landscape may be valued by different stakeholders for a whole variety of reasons. Considering value at the baseline stage will inform later judgments about the significance of effects. Okay, so you said so I know you've followed me on that.
Yes.
And 526 then, to say I'm taking all of that as read and that your understanding is there, because I simply don't want to labour it, but I know that you'll be familiar with all of this. 526 on the same theme further down at electronic page 50 at paragraph 526.
Yes.
526. Undesignated landscapes. So we know that this is not a designated landscape.
That's right.
Yes, thank you. It says there, the fact that an area of landscape is not designated either nationally or locally does not mean it does not have any value. This is particularly so in areas of the UK where in recent years relevant national planning policy and advice has on the whole discouraged local designations unless it can be shown that other approaches would be inadequate. And then it goes on about the European Landscape Convention. Okay,
Yes.
with me so far?
Indeed.
And again, just to remind ourselves, I'm now going on to the next page, electronic page 51, and we have the range of factors that can help in the identification of valued landscape.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to just draw your attention to points 1, 2, 6, and 7. So landscape quality, scenic quality, recreational value, and perceptual aspects. So we agree that these are all relevant aspects of the present landscape in relation to the present development being proposed.
These are considerations, most definitely, yes.
Yes, thank you. Now then, I would now like to take you to the technical appendix of the application documents that are found at core document 1.9. And I think you should have that close by because you referred to it in evidence chief. There are many different technical, obviously I'm looking at the technical appendix for landscape and visual.
Yes.
And again, you were referring to 0.2.1. I've looked this up. Looking at it electronically, it has an e-page number of 748.
Oops, sorry, I've just lost my
Do
page.
you have that, Mr. Baines?
Sorry, it's let's have a look. Volume 4.
Okay. So I'm taking you to something you referred to in evidence and although Mr. Trinick didn't take you to it. It's table TA 4.2.1.
Mr. Carroll, I took him. Mr. Carroll, I took him to table 4. Can you hear me, Mr. O'Carroll? I took him to TA 431 in. Never mind.
Stand corrected. No. Okay, then, Mr. Baines, could you go please to 4.2.1 then? Electronic page 7.
Ma'am, I think Mr. O'Carroll is not. He can't hear what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. O'Carroll?
Mr. Trinick, I heard from you that I was incorrect in saying that you took the witness to 421.
Yeah.
Because you took him to 4. So I'm wrong about
Correct.
that. Okay.
Yes, that was it.
That's it. So I would, however, please, like the witness to table TA 421.
I have that.
And that's the landscape character type descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Now, I'm at page 7 of 48. And,
yes, I have that.
And this is where we find the craggy upland, LCT 7.
Yes.
Thank you. So we've got the different columns there, and then we have a column which is headed landscape value.
Yes.
Then we have down below that in relation to LCT 7 landscape value, no landscape designations apply to this character type. And alongside that, medium sensitivity.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Bainsford, since we have agreed that all landscapes have value, whether designated or not, can I ask you where it's stated in the LVIA or in your report where we find an assessment of the landscape value of this site as part of your base of your analysis?
In fact, there's further analysis in terms of sensitivity, which actually gives further comment, and it actually gives higher higher sensitivity to lock-or and lock-avic. And the overall landscape sensitivity was largely derived from the LWEX. So, I mean, we largely did adopt the findings of LWEX in terms of our baseline in order to be of assistance.
All right. But looking at this landscape and visual impact evaluation, which is what the you're required to do as part of the application, we don't see anywhere that you adopt the findings of since we know, obviously, from discussions we've had already this morning, you don't entirely agree with the LOX assessment. So we don't see anywhere which parts of the LOX you've adopted, or all of it, or anything in between, do we?
Well, these findings are based on the LWEX, and in fact, Ms. Anderson and I are broadly in agreement about the sensitivity of the craggy uplands landscape from my recollection of her IR. Okay,
but what I was driving at, and that's why I took you to the guidelines, is what I was driving at is whether or not you have assessed as part of your baseline the value of this part of the site.
It was undertaken. We did a cross-reference with our own criteria, which is set out in the methodology for the LVIA, which talks about ascribing value as well as determining susceptibility, because obviously that's the basis of sensitivity overall.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your answer. Where is it we find your assessment as part of the baseline of the value of this landscape?
Not here. It's like I say, it was incorporated in so much that we did undertake an evaluation of what was in the LWEX, and that was adopted. So the medium sensitivity comes largely from the LWEX. So there didn't appear to be a necessity to go into a highly detailed assessment of landscape value.
Okay, fine. I'm again, you slightly broke up towards the end there, but beginning bit where you you incorporated an evaluation of LWEX and adopted it. I
into the process, right? Yes.
Into the process. Okay. Yes. So where do we see that? Can you show you're working?
Not the actual findings of the evaluation of value. No, this was a cross-checking process based on our own criteria as well as the broad criteria within GLVIA, and that's set out in the methodology in the front end of the LVIA.
Okay. Okay. Right. As far as what we can look at ourselves as part of being informed by the baseline consideration of the landscape and visual impacts on this landscape character type. What we have here in front of us then is the LVIA, which you've produced as part of the application. And what we have here then, looking at that same table on that same page that I referred you to earlier, we have essentially a list of key characteristics. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
So within that list then, again, just expanding on my earlier questions to you about landscape value, we don't see any judgments, do we, of susceptibility of the landscape to wind farm development?
Not in this this table. Sorry, I've just lost my page. Not in this table, no.
Well, where do we find it then?
Well, I'm just going to check, because this is actually spread over a number of tables. I just want to make sure I'm not leading the inquiry incorrectly. It's not in this table.
Right. Where do we find it then?
I can't answer that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. If I could then go on to another example, if I may, if I could go to the main report of your LVIA, which is core document 1.6.
I have it.
We're coming back to that later. For the benefit of those using electronic format, it's 124 pages on that, so I'm at page 36 of 124 of core document 1.6. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Bainsfair?
34 of, yeah, page 34, yes.
36, I'm at.
Sorry, beg your pardon, it's moved. Sorry, I'll just 36. I'm there.
And I'm going to be coming back to this later, but I'm going to come to it just briefly. 4.7.58 under the heading of sea kayakers, canoeists, and pleasure boaters.
Yes.
And you note there that it is well known for its scenic quality. So again, that particular observation or statement isn't reflected in the craggy upland sensitivity judgment, which you state as being medium overall, despite this landscape character type playing a key role in the setting of the loch. Is that correct?
It is incorporated, and this is, like I say, this comes back to the LWEX ascribing of sensitivity as much as anything else. But there isn't we're not apart on this point at all. We've agreed the sensitivity of both the loch itself, but also the craggy uplands. So I don't think there's a huge distance with us on that at all. There's no contradiction.
I'm sorry, you said agreed. Is that what you said?
What I mean is the position that I would take and that Miss Anderson has taken are consistent in terms of in fact, she says this in her inquiry report, that she agrees with that there is increased sensitivity. It's not medium across the whole of the craggy uplands, because when you get onto the size of the loch, obviously it's enclosed, and it does have a high sensitivity. It's also where some of the most receptors are within the craggy uplands.
Okay, there's a few points emerging from those, and firstly, you said you incorporated LWEX in your consideration of the value of the site, but the LWEX only considers designated lands rather than white, concerns landscape character types and their descriptions rather than the wider values. Are you saying that by reference to the LWEX, you then satisfied yourself of the value of this landscape character type?
The LWEX and our own observations in respect of our criteria in the front end of the methodology. Designation is only part of that evaluation, but there has to be relative value, otherwise everything would come out as high.
Yes. The other point I'd like to focus on, though, is that I think there seems to be a fundamental difference between myself and Miss Anderson, in that she, as I understand it, judged Blarghour separately in terms of its sensitivity, and to make a sensitivity judgment of that. So that's what led me to ask you that question by reference to 4758 of your main report of the LVIA.
Sorry, it was. I'm not sure what the question you're asking me.
Well, the question is that I understand what you said in evidence in answer to my questions just a short while ago, is that you've considered the question of sensitivity overall, whereas what I was attempting to put to you was might have been a separate assessment of the sensitivity of Blarghour itself, given that it has a key role in the setting of the lock.
But we do
the
say,
LCP.
I beg your pardon. We do say in the LVIA, I don't have the quote or the reference to hand, but that generally it's medium, but on the around Blarghour specifically, the sensitivity increases because of its thin size, and we do talk about that within the submissions in front of the inquiry. So I don't accept that we've given a blanket or we've ignored the specifics of the lock at all.
Okay. With regard to sensitivity of receptors, can I just ask you a brief question in passing, again under reference to that paragraph I referred you to a short while ago, 4758?
Yes.
Is that you say, for example, canoeists are frequent visitors to the loch either for fishing or scenic touring, and that you've got put-in spots for canoeists and kayakers and so on and so forth, and it's known for its scenic qualities. Now, in terms of the receptors that you're concerned with there that you've described in that paragraph, were there any data produced with regard to the number of users of water recreation and therefore the number of likely receptors on the loch itself?
I didn't quantify it. I did my own field work, including kayaking on the loch myself, a number of times in both winter and summer months. It's partly based on observation, but there's not a point here about the number of people specifically. Those receptors have a sensitivity based on their expectations, principally. If you're fishing, your expectations will be slightly different to if you're sea kayaking, or if you're there to just purely focus on the landscape and the environment around the loch and the open waters. So there will be a difference, and you'll see in relation to the viewpoints, we tend to separate out those different receptors, all sorts of different viewpoints, to try and reflect those kind of expectations and their associated sensitivity.
I see. So observation only, but you did actually kayak the water yourself. Okay, I'd like to go on to another part of this overall topic by asking you please to look at the National Interest Panel checklist. Now that is to be found at core document 8.3.
Just find that. 8.3. I have that. Sorry.
Thank you very much. And this is in reference to a comment in your inquiry report, going right the way back to the beginning, in relation to citing 1.210 of your inquiry report, where you say the proposed development has been located and designed to mitigate adverse effects on the key qualities of the landscape outlined in the checklist. Okay, so that's where I'm at, and that's the context. And you're saying, I hope so you're with me. Thank you. So if I could look at the National Interest Panel checklist, which you have then referred to in your inquiry report, and I'd like to just go to certain passages of it. I'm at the the very front page of that, and you'll see the heading there in grade, upper grade, in greyish text, is with reference to Annex A of the guidance, what specific resources are adversely affected. Have you got that in front of you?
I have indeed, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, we've got statements there. If I could go to the, for my purposes, go to the fourth paragraph there starting locks.
Yes.
And it says, in particular, Blarghour are characterized by their enclosed in these uplands. It then goes on to say, both Loch Avic and Blarghour offer an experience of an intimately scaled, deeply rural and tranquil landscape, which is focused around the lochs, enclosed by immediate upland to distant hilltops. Did you follow that? I jumped a bit. Did you follow all of the?
Yes, yes, I did.
Thank you. And then it then goes on in the, just after I said hilltops, it then goes on to say, Blarghour is the most significant of the two lochs, not only due to its length being the longest freshwater loch in the UK, but also due to the quality of its changing scenery and varied landscape along its length, from the very scenic open northern end, which forms the gateway to the Argyll along A85, to the long and narrow secluded middle section down to the again more open but more remote southern end. So you've seen this document and you've addressed it in your inquiry report. Now, in terms of what I've just read out to you, and what has been stated by Nature Scott in that National Interest Panel checklist, I'm going to ask you 4 separate elements in turn. So I'd like to ask you if you agree with each of these. So do you agree that in terms of that, do you agree that the lochs provide an enclosed setting?
They're an enclosed landscape, I would say. I'm not a great fan of the use of the phrase setting.
Okay. I think the adjective enclosed is the one I was after, so that's fine, thank you. Would you also agree scaled, deeply rural, tranquil?
It's probably a semantic point, but intimate. I would say I wouldn't characterize them as intimate myself. I think they have a strong form and they are enclosed. They are certainly rural and they are certainly remote. Tranquility is a slightly more complicated matter because it's related to noise, and that will depend where you are. But generally, I would say yes, it's remote and rural.
Thank you. And the tranquility, I think, is an important aspect of the character of this area. You have difficulty with the term tranquil. Obviously, it's subjective, but in your own opinion, could it be described as tranquil?
There are definitely aspects of it, and certainly there are parts of the loch that I've been to which I would say were definitely tranquil. And there's not much in the way of artificial light, for instance. There's not much in the way of noise or intrusive noise, which might detract from the tranquility. But like I say, it varies quite considerably.
Yes. And the third element of that phrase, which I read out to you, do you agree that they are enclosed by immediate upland backdrop?
It is certainly enclosed by an upland backdrop, yes.
Thank you. And finally, that they are more open and remote at the southern end.
Sorry, more remote than what?
Well, I'm at the north end, I presume, but what I'm trying to dissect the actual statement that I read out to you, description that was given, and I presume what the author of that panel checklist was doing was saying that it starts at the northern end, the gateway to Argyll along the 85. So I presume that it seems a natural reading to be that the more remote, open and remote at the southern end is in contrast to that which is described at the northern end.
Sorry, yeah,
that's correct to agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, essentially the distinction, I mean, I'm sorry to be trying, awkward, but I just, the relative tranquility of locations is really complicated. In Wales, for instance, we would do a full tranquility assessment, which is why I'm always a little bit hesitant about it. But there are distinctions between the character of the northern end, which is where the waters open out and there's quite a lot of activity. Obviously, it's got that link out to the west coast. The central section, which is more enclosed, and then as you get down towards the southern end, where it is quiet, it is relatively quiet, but it's very rural. So there are some distinctions within it. So it's very difficult to make a generalisation, basically.
Well, this is all obviously very difficult and subject to a certain amount of subjective assessment. However, that's why we have experts such as yourself. But you went back into the term tranquil and tranquility that I thought we had moved on past. And the point that I was asking you was that the final part of that third last paragraph on that front page, which said, secluded middle section down to the again more open but also more remote southern end. And what I was asking about was whether or not you agreed that more open and remote southern end of Blarghour.
It certainly it does open out more. Yes, it does.
Right. And we also note then that SNH don't refer to it as being scenic. They've used the word remote and open rather than the word scenic. Is that correct?
I think that's true, yes.
So if we then go back to
Mr.
1 to 10.
Mr. Carroll, could I just interject and just wonder how long your course is going to go on? I'm just conscious that maybe in need of a break and whether we should take an early.
Ma'am, we're making good progress, in fact, and I think I started at 11, so I've been an hour and a half. So I think I still have a fair way to go, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm going to have to say that my initial estimate was somewhat optimistic. I'll probably another hour or so.
Okay. My feeling would be that we should break for lunch now then, given that we've been going since 9:30. Mr. Trinick?
It seems a convenient point.
Okay. Mr. Carroll, are you happy with that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Shall we reconvene at 1:15? Would that give people sufficient time?
Yes.
Lunch? Okay. Thank you very much then. Good afternoon. Let's just do a little sound check before we start again. Mr. Kyle, you seem to be the most problematic person to hear this morning. Can we just check we can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me? I hate to think that I'm being the most problematic person, Mum, but what I've done is I've actually turned off the internet on one of the devices I was using this morning. I'm hoping that will improve my bandwidth.
Okay, thank you. What Callum suggested was that if we have real difficulties, it's probably better if you just turn your video off to stop the buffering. But it's better if we can see each other, so let's just try to proceed on that basis. So we concluded this morning where you were partway through your cross-examination, Mr. Carroll. So if you'd like to just resume that, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mum. Now, Mr. Bainsfair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. Right, and I can hear you loud and clear still, so that's excellent. Now, what I want to do is, I must say your answers have been very helpful, so I'm hoping that I can speed up from now on, but if we could start off with a consideration of the landscape character types, and in particular the main one in which the development is located. And could I ask you please to go to the LWEX itself, which is core document 4.10. I think I took you to that earlier on this morning.
Yes, you did.
And in particular then, I'd like you to go, if you could please, to electronic page 89 and paragraph 4.14.1.
I do beg your pardon. Sorry, I've minimised the screen. I'm going to have to go back to the core document. Could you give me the core document again, please? Sorry.
Of course, it's 4.10.
Right, I've got that. Thank you. And sorry, excuse me, what page?
The electronic page is 89. And the internal page is 60.
Right, I've got that. That's section 4.14.
Exactly, dealing with the LCT that we're concerned.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Now, what I'm really going to try and do is to avoid reading out things to save time, because I know you'll have been through these things yourself. So if I can do that, that would be great. We can move on more quickly. So in essence, we've got there at 4.14.1, we've got a summary of the sensitivity. And with regard to that, do you agree with the summary of the sensitivity stated there?
Yes.
Thank you. 4.14.3, the cumulative issues. Bullet points in particular I'd like to draw your attention to, without reading them out, is 1, 2, and 5. Starting incremental loss of open moorland, cumulative effects, and cumulative impacts on smaller settled landscapes of the rocky mosaic. Now, cumulative issues. Do you accept that those, as stated, are cumulative issues applicable to this landscape character type?
Sorry, could you state the bullet point that you're referring to?
Yes, of course. Right. That's the trouble. We're trying to go quickly.
Yeah.
Slowly and leaving people behind. My fault entirely. So the cumulative issues are 1, 2, and 5. The incremental loss of open, less modified moorland, diverse character, more intricate patterns, small loch-ins, craggy knolls areas. That's the first one I wanted to draw your attention to. Yep. The second one, cumulative effects arising from potential differences in the layout and size of turbines, which may be used. The fifth one I particularly wanted to draw your attention to was cumulative impacts on the smaller settled landscapes of the rocky mosaic, where the large turbines of Carrigail already significantly impacts on character and views of the southeastern shores of Blarghour, and where additional development could significantly extend this effect into the forward area at the bottom of Blarghour, where wind farm development currently has little influence. Now, those cumulative issues, the others might be applicable, but do you agree that those cumulative issues are applicable to this LCT where it is proposed to build the wind farm?
No, not entirely. Some of the issues about viewing development in close proximity, for instance, to recreational paths, for instance, I don't think that necessarily applies here.
Okay.
And I think sorry. Sorry, I've kind of lost my point now. And I think some of the points may be, because they are inevitably relatively generalized because of the nature of the document, I'm not entirely comfortable with agreeing that, for instance, the cumulative impacts on smaller settled landscapes. I mean, there is a potential issue there for certain, and we've already identified some significant effects within the rocky mosaic landscape, for instance. So there is a degree of truth in that. But what I don't want to mislead the reporter on is a sense of a generalised issue.
Okay, thank you. That's very fair. But you agree then, at least in cumulative terms, these are potential issues.
Yes, there's potential issues for cumulative effects around Blarghour. Yeah,
that's very fair. That's all I wanted. And then under 414, key constraints. And in particular, again, I'd like to just draw your attention. I think they could apply, but again, in the interest of saving time, I'd like to draw your attention particularly to bullet points 1 and 3. The constraints stated there as being the backdrop of steep slopes and skyline ridges provide the immediate setting to the settled fringes of Blarghour and to the less settled Loch Avich area, but also to the small-scale settled landscape of the adjacent craggy uplands. Now that's the last bit, not scratch that last bit, but before that, and the third bullet point, intricate pattern of lochans, small knolly hills in the southeastern part of the interior plateau of this character type, and the more extensive areas of unmodified ground where a degree of naturalness and seclusion can be experienced. So again, it's a very much of a theme here. Again, though, the same question would be, do you agree, at least in general terms, that these are the key constraints that apply to this particular LCT where this wind farm will be potentially developed?
I'm not sure that well, I would certainly accept that the skylines in the immediate backdrop, if you like, to Blarghour, I certainly think that obviously is an issue that we certainly took cognizance of. And in terms of the intricate patterns of lochans, I'm not sure that that's necessarily affected. And the small knolly hills, well, there are certainly some craggy low summits, and some of which Miss Andrews has referred to in her evidence. And in terms of the extensive areas of unmodified ground, I'm not sure that's necessarily an overarching constraint, because the majority of wind farms in Scotland are based in open moorland, or moorland with a combination, a mosaic of open moorland and forestry. If we were to apply this constraint just generally, it would, like I say, it would probably impede the majority of development. So yes, it is stated here as a constraint. I'm not convinced that that should necessarily be something that prevents carefully designed development.
Okay, fine. Have your evidence on that. So then moving on again, just to summarize, we can see that in terms of guidance on development at 414.6, there's no scope, is stated to be no scope for those turbines over 130 meters. It's accepted that these turbines being slightly over 130 might be on the cusp of one typology and the next, and the limitation there is stated to be very limited. Again, I think that's something you're very familiar with.
Yes. Ms. Andrew very helpfully provided that clarification in her evidence.
Right. Now, I'd like to then go to the LVIA again, the main report, which is core document 1.6. And again, I'm going to try and take this as quickly as I can, but I'm going to start with 1.6, and I'm going to go to paragraph 4.7.8, and the page number.
Mr. O'Carroll, I'm losing you a bit with the references. You cut out.
Yeah. So core document 1.6.
Yep.
And the e-page number is 32.
Mm-hmm. The
And that's
paragraph
number 478.
478.
Yep.
4.7.8. Now, Mr. Bainsfair, I've got there, we're obviously then dealing with the craggy uplands there.
Yeah.
And the last sentence of 478, in contrast to large-scale uplands of the LCT, a number of glens and enclosed lochs are present, including Loch Owen and Loch Avic, which have greater sensitivity due in part to the smaller scale and distinctive form.
Yes.
That appears to, would it be fair to say that that is, albeit much, much shorter and somewhat high level, but that is basically a summation of what really we'll be talking about, the nature of the landscape type that we're dealing with.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah. So I think we're still very much on the same page then, Mr. Baker. And at 479, you then state at that same page, you state that the proposed development would be located in this LCT and therefore have direct effects on characteristic elements within it.
Mm.
Effects will be localized related to the presence of site infrastructure and temporary areas of felled forestry. Now, this landscape then, when we're talking about this landscape here, again, forgive me if I'm traveling all ground, but are you referring to, so we're quite clear, are you referring to the area within the LCT7 as a whole?
Yeah, there is a distinct. Maybe I could try and clarify a little bit for the inquiry. There are distinct areas, obviously, and we do try and separate out the sensitivity according to the specifics around Loch Owen, for instance. But this is just stating it's within LCT7, which is certainly at the site and in the immediate vicinity is characterised by the upland moorland with the forestry. It's not denying the fact that it has a proximity to Loch Owen at all, but it's very difficult without getting into try and subcategorize the loch, which we didn't do formally, because I think essentially we worked with the data sets and the boundaries that are providing in LWEX. So it is within LCT7, but I do acknowledge that there are different sub areas, if you like.
Yes, I appreciate the difficulty there. Now, by direct effects, I take it you mean physical effects?
Yes.
And that would also include the physical effects on moorland, which would have 1,736.5 meter turbines and related tracks all over it.
Yes, it's the turbine locations and the infrastructure and ancillary elements.
Well, there's just one other point I want to get to, though, is that you say both infrastructure and felling are characteristic of this landscape. You've now said that a number of times, and obviously I'm drawing you to where you said it originally in terms of this process. Now, I think I know what the answer to this question is, but let me just ask you that given what we've discussed so far about the component elements of this particular landscape, and in particular in this area, I would like to just talk about this site where Blarghour is going to be located, and ask how is it that you can obviously forestry felling is there, but how is it you can possibly conclude that infrastructure is characteristic of the site?
It's it's forestry infrastructure, for instance, which is not dissimilar, and in fact is quite often used as a basis for wind energy infrastructure. And in the wild, I mean, I understand you're talking about the site specifically, but we've also got existing wind farm infrastructure across a number of different areas within the craggy uplands as well. So to my mind, these are characteristics, a bit like wind farms, forestry, the open moorland. They're all characteristic elements. And I think the tracks, although there will be some additional tracks and infrastructure, they are not wholly new features within that landscape.
Right. So when you talk about infrastructure, you're not talking about Ansui, you're simply talking about the tracks. Is that right?
Well, it can. I mean, it can include in the broader LCT. It does include wind farm infrastructure, such as Ansui, but it also refers to forest tracks as well.
Right. So I just want to be absolutely clear that when you're talking about infrastructure there, are you talking about wind turbines, or are you just talking about the tracks that are there as a result of forestry operations?
The infrastructure is a separate matter to the, even with the wind farms, it's different. It's a different aspect of the development to, well, the way in which I would refer to it. Infrastructure is separate to the wind turbine generators or the turbines themselves. I make a distinction.
Okay, but what I think, well, you've talked about a disconnect yourself in terms of your own evidence, but I wonder if we might just note a bit of a disconnect here. You say at the end of 479, the direct effects are not considered to represent a significant effect on this LCT, but we've discussed all of the parts that are there. The question that there is moorland, lochans, craggy outcrops, a sense of openness. We've discussed tranquility. We've discussed wildness. We discussed the definitions in the National Interest Panel checklist, a lot of which, not all of it, but a lot of which was accepted by you. I personally can't understand what I see as being a lack of connection between that conclusion and what we've discussed ourselves in terms of the landscape quality characteristics of this area.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Could you rephrase it, perhaps?
I should rephrase it. So what I'm saying is that we've had a long discussion, which certainly I won't repeat, about the nature of the characteristics in this area, including discussion of moorlands, lochans, craggy outcrops, tranquility, wildness, and so on. When we are considering an imposition of 17 turbines of 136.5 meters each into this landscape, I find it hard, and I wonder if you could explain to the reporter how it is you can possibly then say the direct effects are not considered to represent a significant effect on this LCT, when clearly they will.
Can I just start by maybe clarifying one thing just for the inquiry, that there is not a question of wildness in the area.
Okay,
just for a clarification.
Okay,
in terms of the criteria for judging the significance of effects, including direct effects, will include things like geographical extent. When you look at this in relation to the overall landscape of this character type, it's not going to have a direct effect anywhere apart from on the site or along the access track if there are modifications on the access track. The area that's going to be affected, a lot of that's going to be the construction disturbance will be reinstated. So what we'll end up with at the end of the day is relatively small, if I can put that in inverted commas, footprint. And in terms of the overall landscape resource, and this is nothing to do with peat or soils or anything like that, the overall impact on the fabric, if I can put it that way, of the site and the surrounding landscape character type, I don't think. I mean, it's very rare actually for wind farms to have a significant effect on landscape fabric within character types. It's very, it's just because of it is quite a relatively limited geographical extent, if for no other reason than it costs a huge amount of money to construct these things.
Right. At 4710, this is I hope a very brief question. You mentioned indirect effects. Again, I could take you to the guidelines on this, and I really don't want to because I want to save time. But my understanding of indirect effects is it's a secondary effect, or that follows on from the direct effect itself. What do you mean by indirect effects?
Indirect effects, that's largely going to be effects that are experienced out with the site and aren't related to physical change.
Okay. 4711 on that same page. It's accepted there that when viewed from low-lying positions at certain viewpoints, the development would represent a substantial change and a major significant indirect effect on the character of the landscape. And in this context, in relation to cumulative visibility, the proposed development would represent a substantial increase in the influence in wind energy development and would have a major cumulative effect. So we can agree with all of that. Obviously, you're going to agree with it because you wrote it. I might add that it does seem to go at variance with what we've just discussed a short while ago. However, that's for the reporter. But what I would like to focus on is the mention there in the third line of 4711 of proximity, so that the effects which you've very fairly set out there at 4.7.11 of the LVIA is partly as a result of the function of proximity. Is that correct?
Yes, one of the criteria in relation to determining a magnitude of impacts is to do with proximity, along with a number of other factors.
Yes, along with provenance.
Yes, yeah.
And if we can just remind ourselves of the numbers that we've already been through. Viewpoint 2, as we've discussed, is 5.6 kilometers, the nearest turbine. Viewpoint 3 is 5.9 kilometers, and viewpoint 4 is at 3.9, as we've discussed. We can go to the viewpoints, but I think you can agree with those, Mr. Bainsfair.
I certainly understand the proximity and the point in relation to the potential for significant effects, and I don't dispute them. We've identified the significant effects, a number of locations.
Okay, and then over the page, same page, 4713, and this is really by way of completeness. You do consider, quite correctly, obviously, the rocky mosaic, and at 4713, you accept that there will be localized significant effects on the character of the landscape. And in terms of cumulative visibility, the proposed development would constitute a significant cumulative effect. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And I think the point is, if I could ask you to look at Carol Anderson's precognition again, please, which is core production 15.4.
Oh.
And at 5.2, actually, I'll just try and shorten it. At 5.3, she notes that at its closest point, the rocky mosaic is 2 kilometers from nearest point to the nearest turbine. Is that correct?
I don't have the figures in front of me, but yes, of course, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Clearly, you've.
So, Mr. O'Carroll, which paragraph are you on in the?
Okay, so it's under reference to 4.7.13 of
Mr.
Bainsfair's, where he says the proposed development would constitute a significant cumulative effect. We're talking about the rocky mosaic, and then I've gone to Carol Anderson's precognition, and I'm at 5.3. Well, it's 5.2.
It's 5.2, yeah.
5.2 says it gives us a 2 kilometer distance, and 5.3.
Well, I'm making sure I got the right document. It's 5.1, I think, gives you the distance.
No, 5.2 of the precognition says
within 2 kilometers.
Development lie within 2 kilometers of the rocky mosaic at its closest point. And it says there would be a significant adverse effect on this small scale and sensitive LCT where it covers the western fringes of Lochawe in the Inverrinen area and a small part of the eastern Lochshore in the Ballymeenach area. Do you see that, Mr. Bainsfair?
Yes, I do. And
do you disagree with that statement?
I'll just reread it just to make sure I'm not signing up to something. Yeah, that's in essence, that concurs with our assessment.
Thank you. So we can move on. Thank you. So now I'm moving on to Now I'd like to move on to the question of settlements, which I have already touched on. So again, I think I can be as brief as I can. I'm now at your Inquiry report again at 3.2.13, where you discuss this issue. It's under the bold heading effects on visual amenity, then you go into settlements at 3.2.13. Are you with me?
Yes, I've got you. Sorry, yes, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And at 3.2.24, now 3.2.24, you mentioned the lavender test. Now, can we agree that we are not concerned with whether individual dwellings would experience turbines in such a number, size and proximity that it would be unpleasantly, overwhelmingly, and there would be an unavoidable presence? Can we agree that we're not in that territory, and certainly not?
Yeah, no, that's my understanding as well, that the council didn't raise that as an issue.
Yeah. So we're concerned with the effect on the communities, as you've quite correctly, quite properly raised, but we're not dealing with the lavender test.
No.
No, thank you. So going then to Inverinen at 4.7.18, as you, we're 4.7.18 are now back to the LVIA main report, which is at core document 1.6 again, and 4.7.18 is at page 33. Are you with me?
I'm nearly there.
Good, good. I must say,
right, I'm there.
You're keeping up quite admirably, I must say. So I'm now at 4.7.18, where you talk about Inverinen. And we can see there that within the main report, it's predicted that the magnitude of impact would be substantial, and the residential effect and visual amenity of that settlement would be major and significant. Is that correct?
Yes, there is some additional analysis, but yeah.
And at 4.7.19, in the cumulative context, a major significant effect is predicted.
Yes.
And we can see this, if we wish to, by going to viewpoint 4, I think shows this best at Inverinen, because it's the viewpoint 4 is core document 1.8, but that is from Inverinen, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm just going to open it up.
Okay, you want to do it? Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, yeah. The viewpoint was actually taken at as you can see, a picnic location, which is at the end of the village, because the village actually has very few communal spaces. It's a point I made in other parts of my evidence. But this is from an open area with some picnic benches at the end of the village.
Yes, the viewpoint itself is called Inverinen, and we see you see the wire line at 412A, and we have the seating areas you point out, along with the photo montage at 412B, and then we have the cumulative wire line at 412C.
Yes.
So we can see, though, that from that viewpoint, basically the Blarghour proposal from that wire line would be basically slap bang in front of you from that particular viewpoint there at that location.
The way in which it's been photographed and presented, definitely, because that's a requirement, but when you're actually in the location there, it's part of a much wider context, obviously. Yeah, I wouldn't like the reporter to run away with the idea that this is the focused view, because it's part of a broader view along the glen, or the valley rather.
But again, going back to the distancing point, we can see from any of those visualizations that it's 3.9 kilometers to the nearest turbine. And Inverinen, obviously the site inspection would reveal that Inverinen is a small collection of houses which would have a viewpoint very similar to this. There would be if it were developed, then as you've pointed out yourself, you clearly accepted there would be a major impact as a result of this development at this location.
The properties in Inverrinen, I mean, they're largely oriented towards the road, actually, which is away from the development. Having said that, I mean, it is appreciated that the rear gardens, for instance, of a number of those properties would have views out across the loch to the escarpment.
And while we're at the viewpoints, we can see from viewpoint 3, 411A, the wireline be the closest one. Is that's from the Loch Avech Road north of Dalavich. Again, that would be a very, very prominent view from that particular location.
Transitional as well, though. I mean, as you can see, it comes in a bend. Essentially, it's just where the Loch Avich meets with the side of Loch Orr. So it is a transitional view. It's not to decry it for that, but it's just something to bear in mind that that it's not a stopping point. It's a transitional point.
Okay, and again on the settlements, then if we then revert to paragraph 4.7.20 to 22 of your LVIA, which considered Dalavich. And again, we've already looked at viewpoint 2 in relation to that, and we've considered the cumulative impact from the wireline that we've seen from viewpoint 2. But in terms from that, we can see the effects there again at Dalavich are that at 4721 particular, given the proximity of the proposed development to the village, its prominence and scaling position, the magnitude of impact experienced at effective locations within the village would be substantial, and the residual effect on the amenity of the village would be major and significant at 4721. Do you see that?
Yes, these relate to specific parts of the settlement, though. I think it's important to make the distinction between the general amenity of the settlement, which will vary considerably because there are a number of locations where there are actually no views out of the settlement at all, to locations such as, I mean, and it was one of the difficulties was actually finding some of the most open views. The obvious ones are the ones down at the jetty and the one up by the green by the shop. But even there, the degree of visibility changes quite markedly, quite quickly.
And at 4722, you again very fairly say the proposed development would be seen in conjunction with the existing Ansui and would add considerably to this cumulative context, thereby representing a major significant cumulative effect. Do you see that?
Yes. Again, it comes back to the viewpoints that were selected, which I wouldn't actually say were representative of the settlement overall, but they are representative of a series of specific locations within it.
We can go to the cumulative illustration within the figures volume if you wish, but hopefully we don't need to do that. But if we consider the effects on settlements caused by the developments at Ansui, Benglas or Acruach, would it be fair to say that none of those three, for example, would have such a significant effect on those rest settlements along the shores of Loch Orr?
I don't know that I can say that. I mean, I haven't actually assessed them specifically on their own, but in relation to those specific viewpoints, and they are very particular, Blarghour is clearly the prominent development. In the view from viewpoint 1, and this was a discussion we had post-submission as well in response to some of SNH's comments on viewpoints. It's quite difficult to get into visibility of both Ansui and Blarghour from a number of locations within these settlements. It's just the nature of the angle of view towards both of them and the incidence of buildings and vegetation.
Okay, and I could have included Carrigill in that particular list of wind farms that don't affect settlements as much. Just going back to an earlier point, I'm wondering if you're correct about what you said with regard to the way properties were orientated in Dalavich, or rather in Inverinen. Actually, I've been on site, and I think maybe the reporter could perhaps make a note to check this on the site visit. But my understanding is that the properties in Inverinen are largely orientated towards the loch, obviously to benefit from the amenity you get by looking at a beautiful stretch of clear water. But I won't quibble matters of facts with you. I think that's a matter for the reporter on the site inspection.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Connell. That's a commentary by you giving evidence. Are you going to put the point? Because I think you really ought to,
Okay, yes, Mr. Trinick, I'll do that. And in fact, in fairness to your witness, that he seemed to nod in agreement. However, I will in all fairness put that point. My understanding, Mr. Bainsfair, is that properties in Inverinen are largely orientated towards the loch. Is that your understanding?
The amenity space, including the gardens, quite often are, yes.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll leave that there. And then finally, on this receptor point, if I could consider the effects on cycle routes, in particular NCR National Cycle Route 78, we have the detailed route assessment at core document 12.6. I think if you could turn that up, please.
Yeah, I've got that open.
Yep, thank you. And it's summarized by you at paragraphs 3230 to 3234 in your inquiry report. And again, you've reiterated what you think the effects would be in your evidence in chief this morning. Am I right in thinking that NCR 78 is 120 kilometers long?
I'm not sure. I haven't got it in front of me, but it is along. Obviously, it's a national trail, so it will be long.
Now, I'm referring to paragraphs 1.120 to 1.1 to 1.238. So 1.220, which is where we have the 1.220 starts. This route extends along the western side of Loch Owen and coincides with part of NCR 78. What I'm hoping I'm just orientating myself in that way for that particular part. But I've got a similar question to you with regard to the watercraft users. And it's a similar question. It's this: do we have any data within this document, the detailed route assessment, which tells us of the number of users of NCR 78?
I haven't seen any data to do with frequency of use of that or any other trail, to be honest.
Thank you. I can move on then. And I've got just at the home stretch now. I'd like to then move on to I'm just wrapping up some other points about other views, because you did mention some other views in the course of your evidence in chief. Now, I'd like to look at table 4.5 of the main report. So to remind ourselves, the main report then is CD 1.6, and table 5 is to be found at table 4.5 is to be found at page 38 of 124.
I have that.
Thank you. And we have residual effects on amenity are stated there. Residual effects on amenity: major, significant, and major, moderate, significant. For viewpoint 6, yes, that's what it is. It's viewpoint 6. So you see what I've got there: major, significant in respect of tourists, major, moderate in respect of general road users. Whereas, and if we go back to the technical appendix, where we were before, please, at table 4.5.1. just to remind ourselves, technical appendix is core document 1.9. I don't know who did that big yawn, but they should have muted themselves.
Sorry, I was actually breathing out.
All right, okay. Right, that's fine.
Sorry, what page number?
Now, so I took you to, first of all, to table 4.5, looking at viewpoint 6. I'm now at the table 4.5.1 of the technical appendix at page 30. Viewpoint 6 should be at, so I think that should be page 32.
Right. Is that's 4.51? So
Yes, 451 residual effect.
Yep.
On landscape character, we've got moderate and not significant there. Sorry, in the visual amenity, viewpoint assessment, moderate, not significant, landscape character. Sorry, I'm trying not to mix up the visual amenity with the landscape character. The landscape character, residual effects and landscape character at viewpoint 6 is set moderate there. And it's got moderate and not significant within the technical appendix. Moderate and not significant. Is there an anomaly there?
Moderate would be non-significant.
Okay, then, fine. However, I had another more important reason to take you to the technical appendix. At viewpoint 14 at 4.51. Now, viewpoint 14, we've already made reference, you have already made reference to this in your evidence in chief, and the impact magnitude of change of that within that table 4.5.1. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And again, this is repetition of what you said already in evidence today. So magnitude of change is slight due to the distance at which the proposed development would be seen.
Yes.
Yeah? And that you confirmed that evidence today.
Yes.
Now, obviously distance isn't the only thing, but I wonder
No, it wasn't.
If I could ask you to look at the Kalaki decision, Kalaki wind farm decision. That's to be found at core document 10.49.
I have that.
Very quick, and I'd like you to go to page 16 of 31.
I'm there.
And at paragraph 84, we're dealing with, well, 83 sets out the fact that we're looking at a viewpoint of 22 kilometers distant. And at paragraph 84, the reporter in that case is saying, notwithstanding the distance, it would appear relatively prominent, both on account of the proposed turbines and so on. And it says, I agree with the council that the effect would be significant. So I think obviously we're dealing with completely different, well, with a different landscape, a different part of the country, but the short point and the simple layman's point I'm making is that just because it's 17.5 kilometers distance doesn't mean to say it wouldn't have a significant effect, because we can see in another decision in another place, 22 kilometers was held to be significant.
No, I understand that, and it wasn't just about distance. I mean, obviously, it's about the proportion of the view that is taken up, the size of the turbines, and the prominence of the scheme. I was involved in the Kalaki inquiry, and there was actually a number of other viewpoints which we identified beyond 17.5 kilometres that also were significant. So it's not an automatic point.
So would it have been possible for you to, for example, in that particular viewpoint, rather than discounting the impact as being slight due to the distance of 17.5 kilometers, would it have been something that you could have considered to be moderate because we're dealing with a high sensitivity receptor?
The magnitude of impact, which is what the slide relates to, doesn't have anything to do with the value or the sensitivity of the receptor at that location. It's partly based on the duration of the view. The fact it's a transitional location because people are travelling along the road. But also to do with the size and the prominence of the development in that that view otherwise. So there's a number of different degrees, and I think it's something I covered on the evidence in chief earlier.
Right, and finally then, in relation to this table 451 that I have, I'd like to ask you about viewpoints 1 to 4. So we're going back to pages 30 to 31. And there's this text in the magnitude of change columns and the residual effect on landscape columns, which are replicated in each 1 through to 4 inclusive. And the text repeated each time for the magnitude of change is substantial. The proposed development would occupy a relatively large proportion of the view and a prominent skyline position, or skyline apposition, to use your word. And the text repeated, although enlarged in other places, the residual effect on landscape character is major, significant. The proposed development would introduce turbines to a prominent skyline position, thereby introducing movement and large-scale elements to a currently still horizon, overlooking a small-scale enclosed landscape. So I think that much we can agree on. Me, because I think it's really what I've been driving at so far, and you, because you wrote it. But the interesting part of that I take is the prominent skyline position and the small enclosed landscape. Now, what I'd like to do then is to ask you to compare and contrast by going to your inquiry report again. And again, going back to the discussion you had about the difference with Arpasonicon, as you would have it, in relation to viewpoints 12 and 16. I'm now at your inquiry report, core document 14.1, at paragraph 2229. I'll just find that myself. Thank you. Now, so 2229, you then have stated, whilst the proposed development turbines are set back within the interior of the uplands to the southeast. You see that?
Sorry, no, 2229.
2.2.29. Yeah. And the thing is that you've got text and then you've got viewpoints. Then you've got 2 bullet points.
Yes, I've got that.
Then within the first bullet point, you're saying it's yes, whilst the proposed developments are set back within the interior of the uplands to the southeast. You see that?
Yes.
And then I'm wondering if that was just a slip of the pen, but in fact, in the very following bullet point, you then says whilst the proposed development turbines are seen distantly to the southeast within the interior of the uplands. And then going on to paragraph 2.3.2 of your inquiry report, second bullet point, location of proposed development within the interior of the craggy uplands landscape character type. So again, point I'd emphasize location within the interior. So yes. What I'm attempting to do is to compare and contrast that characterization of the location within that particular LCT with what has been stated and repeated in table 4.51 of the technical appendix.
In relation to the specific viewpoints? Or general?
Okay, yeah, just to clarify my question. So I went through technical appendix table 4.5.1 viewpoints 1 to 4. where there was a description of the residual cumulative impacts and on visibility, effect on landscape character and the magnitude of change. And
Yes.
a discussion there which highlighted a prominent skyline position.
Yes.
And a small scale enclosed landscape. I'm contrasting that with the discussion that I've just taken you through at 3 different points of your inquiry report, referring to the location being within the interior of the uplands on 3 separate occasions. Now,
I get, yeah.
Yeah, that's the contrast I'm bringing to your attention.
Yeah, the contrast being largely to do with how the development will be viewed and experienced, because the 2 viewpoints that we've identified are more elevated and more distant. The ones that 1 to 4 are much closer to the development and also lower, and therefore you will be looking up towards the development. And because it's closer, and because the orientation is such that it actually is a rain along the skyline, it will be seen as being on the skyline as opposed to set back into the uplands per se. I mean, it is set back into the uplands as a matter of fact, but obviously you will see the upper towers and the rotors of a number of turbines on the skyline. That's the difference. Whereas for a number of elevated locations like Bryn Crooken, you'll be seeing it either backclothed or at least certainly set within that wider moorland context.
Well, in that case, then, could I ask you this question from that answer? If this proposed development is well set back and within the interior, as you said within your inquiry report, why does it have such a significant effect on the small scale loch fringes as stated by you within your LVIA?
Well, it's a function of the nature of these types of development, that they're visible for out with the immediate area. And in this particular context, I'm not saying that it's it's set kilometres after a kilometre within a much bigger, wider moorland, but it is set back within just from the LCT plan and the location of the turbines. And we went to great pains actually in the design process to ensure that there was an intermediate ridge that runs to the west of the development, and we spent a lot of time making sure that we didn't exceed that. We didn't run onto the top of it, because the alternative is if we were coming off of the moorland, then we'd run down the side of the escarpment. So that was a big driver in one aspect of the design. So that's why, although I'm saying it is within the upland landscape, it is set back from the edge of Loch Orr, or the escarpment that leads down to Loch Orr. You will still get some visibility, and it will be prominent as a result of being able to see those upper towers and rotors. I don't think that's particularly untypical of development, and certainly looking at Cregan obviously is one thing, which one scheme, Blarghour Hill, which was opposite side, both of which were criticised for exactly the same matter, but obviously Blarghour was consented.
Yes. Okay. Well, just now coming towards the end of my questioning, Mr. Bainsfair, thank you for your assistance. But I think really if I could just wrap up on a couple of final closing points, but it certainly appears to me, having then gone through what we have in the original LVIA assessment from May of 2018, I personally, and I wonder, I'm going to be submitting a report of it, she should also see a distinction, or rather a difference in approach between one and the other. And what I suggest to you is this for your comment, Mr. Bainsfair, is that if we look at what is produced within the LVIA, the original application document from May 2018, it presents what I might say is a more balanced, fair and accurate picture of the likely landscape and visual effects of the proposal, but that these have subsequently downplayed in the course of your inquiry report.
Would you like a comment on in respect of that? I would my perspective on this is that I think the LVA was one strand of information and evidence, and it was there to assist in informing the planning authority to decide whether they were wanting to object, and everybody else, all the other consultees. It didn't have the same degree of analysis and judgment, I would suggest, that I would bring into an inquiry situation. It's not about downplaying, far from it. I mean, the significant effects are the significant effects. What I've done is to try and temper that in terms of the actual experience, such as the routes, etc. You know, having some locations along the route that would be subject to significant effects does not mean that the whole of the route is significantly impacted. So that is trying to tease out some of those matters. Not always necessary, but in this, obviously, in this context, it was.
And getting to the end of your, what I'm going to do is go to the end of your inquiry report, go to your conclusions at 4.1.3, and then draw a full circle with what I started out with. So that 4.1.3, you say that there is an overwhelming trend, quite a strong word, in the separation of wind farms on the Kintyre Peninsula.
Sorry, 4.1.3.
Yeah. Oh, I think I might have my reference wrong. It's me, not you. To coin a phrase. But the 4.1.3, you say, I must have been taking that from the LVIA rather than your inquiry report. The 4.1.3, you do say there's an emergent pattern of development, trends of separation, which is actually the point I was getting to anyway.
Right.
I wonder if there is such a trend. In fact, if there is a trend, does it really matter? But that's perhaps another question. But I wonder if there really is such a trend, because could we not consider that there's been a number of other consented or operational wind farms which lie adjacent to older operational wind farms, such as at Blarghour, or the recently consented High Constellation, or the two extensions to the original Ben and Turk wind farm? Is that not perhaps, if we're looking for trends in fashions in wind farm location, is that not perhaps one that's more prevalent?
The extension or laying of development next to existing developments, it's not uncommon. In this particular context, though, around Blarghour, that's not what's happened. The pattern that's, and this is what part of my IR has been dealing with, is there is an established pattern. It's not a uniform pattern. Partly it responds to the specifics of the location for some of the sites. So there, and obviously as technologies advance, obviously developers have aspired to changing maybe the scale of turbines, for instance. So there is certainly within the craggy uplands, there is an established pattern. It's not uniform, but there are degrees of separation and setback from scarp slopes, etc. And certainly if you look at things like the illustrations such as viewpoint 8, and which is at Bendurg, and then viewpoint 11 at Ben Chapel, it sets out how that slots together. In fact, the view from Ben Chapel, which is obviously quite close to the existing scheme at Carrigill, that lays out, I think, quite illustrates that how the pattern has developed. Whatever we do, obviously we are introducing new development, but I think there was certainly we gave great consideration to how this does lock into an existing pattern of development, rightly or wrongly, but it was certainly our approach. Yeah, there is no one size fits all, I'm afraid, and extensions have their own issues.
No, indeed. But I wonder if I could close with this and then say, taking us back to the beginning, that in fact, the tendency which I have highlighted to you, that we have wind farms adjacent to older ones, or indeed extensions to current wind farms, is indeed something that is recommended by the LWECs in the approach to be taken certainly in terms of this particular LCT. I can take it to the relevant passage if you wish, but are you able to explain?
No, I've read the reference to extensions, carefully designed extensions. I think the irony with this is, though, that all of the extensions that I've been involved with over the whole of the UK, there have been equally criticisms about a mismatch of turbine sizes, which is really apparent, and the clutter and the stacking of turbines, etc. So in essence, it's not to say that I discount that, but the extension, for instance, of Ansui wouldn't resolve, and I suspect we'd be having a conversation about the effects of expanding or extending the impacts associated with Ansui across the skyline. So I think no matter what we do, there was going to be an issue, and I certainly think there would be a mismatch between turbine sizes, which we'd have to face. This development in particular, because the developer has shown restraint in terms of turbine size, and there has been an intention to create a separation which is consistent, try to set back as far as is practical, because there are other environmental constraints in particular, the development, so that it's not descending down the side into Blarghour location. So I think any development is going to be liable to criticisms. I think extensions are no different.
Great. Mr. Bainsford, thank you very much for your assistance. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll. Now, can I ask the witness if they're in need of a break now, or are they happy just to continue on for a little longer?
I'm okay at the moment.
Okay, just let us know if you feel the need to have a break. You shouldn't. I've not got too many questions for you, but I'll just continue on in that basis as long as you're happy.
Yes.
Now, I understood most of your evidence. There was just I wondered if you could succinctly just summarise the main differences that you feel there are between your evidence and that of Kyle Anderson. Just the kind of main emphasis of difference.
In all honesty, I don't think there's a vast difference. I think there are some differences in terms of the extent of some significant effects. That's not unusual in some respects, and I think and obviously the implications of that, and some of Ms. Anderson's comments in terms of the dominance or whatever. Those are the things. So they're not. I don't think there are huge substantive differences, apart from, like I say, a relatively small number of differences over where significant effects might occur.
Okay, thank you for that. And just turning to that issue of prominence or dominance, you'll be aware, obviously, that there's a number of representations to this development from people who clearly value the shores of Blarghour and have either they live there or they have holiday houses there. And just thinking particularly of some of the viewpoints on the west side that we've already visited today. But just in terms of for instance, the Lavick Jetty.
Yes.
Just to summarise, I guess, how you think an unacceptable effect is avoided there.
Right. I can feel Mr. Trinnock laughing inwardly, actually, because he and I have had a lot of conversations about the whole concept of acceptability. It's not something I tend to deal with because I've always viewed it as being a planning decision.
Yes, and I perhaps shouldn't have used that adjective. That brings in other considerations I'm aware of. But perhaps just put put simply, in terms of how do you think it addresses dominance or prominence in that particular
I think quite honestly, for me, the reason that I suppose I make a bit of a fuss about some of these semantics as they might be seen is because there's an emotional content to or can be to words like dominance. What I endeavour to do is to get to something which is a little bit more precise, maybe more specific. So my definition for dominance would be where I think some of the key aspects of that landscape could be overwhelmed in some ways by the priorities within that view, within that landscape, shift towards one which are occupied really by wind farm development. It's possible to have a prominent scheme which might catch the eye, but it doesn't necessarily dominate the experience of that landscape or the view. And I think that's where I'm at on this in particular. I didn't feel that the view from the jetty, for instance, would be fundamentally changed and that would shift to be defined by that wind farm development. I don't know if that helps at all.
So you don't feel that would become the main focus of the view?
It comes back to an old argument about valiance to me in some respects, which is about how people view turbines. If you hate them, then it's going to be seen as a huge detractor. If you have a more benign perspective on this, then it's going to become a key feature of the view. It's going to become incorporated into that landscape experience. And as such, it becomes another part of a developing landscape. I mean, this whole landscape around Blarghour, as acknowledged by SNH Nature Scott, is a working landscape. It comprises a lot of change that's gone on in the past. This is another chapter in that change. And I don't think it's going to be overwhelming or dominate that landscape or the views from Dalavik in particular.
Would you agree, though, that it makes wind turbines or wind farms more of a feature in the view, given that An Sued is relatively smaller and more?
Yeah, unquestionably.
Thank you. Now, just on in terms of the west side of Blarghour, I didn't have the time to cycle along it. It's actually it's quite a long route, but I did drive along most of it. Do you think it becomes? I mean, the forestry obviously is the woodland screens a lot of the views. So you've also got your viewpoints where you can get clearer views. There will be glimpse views intermittently at locations along the shore, although it was slightly difficult to ascertain exactly where they would be. You think it almost becomes more important if you can't see the loch for people that are users, like people cycling or people out on a day trip? It becomes more important when the view opens up and you can actually see the loch.
I think it's. I mean, I have thought about this a lot, and there are a number of things about the experience of that route down the western side of the loch. I mean, one of them is if you drive it, it's very difficult to take your eyes off the road anyway, because it's so up and down and winding. In terms of things like Kilmaha, where there's a clearing, and when you get down to some of the picnic areas, and Inverunnen's part of that as well. Clearly this is going to have be a significant or a substantive change to the experience there. Is it sufficient to discourage people? I can't say, to be honest, because it's like I say, there's a degree of valiance in this in terms of how people but I have not witnessed from my own travels around all sorts of parts of Scotland an obvious falling away of people's attendance at those vantage points. So it will become a feature, and certainly some of those locations, especially down towards the southern end, when you get past Kilmaha, it does become less of to my mind anyway, less of a prominent influence on the amenity of people attending those locations. Bearing in mind also some of those locations, I was thinking about Dorlin Point in Loch Avig, which is obviously it's a different location, but quite often those locations aren't just clearly just an open view straight up the loch, straight towards the development. The way in which they're used, the way in which they're set out, is a bit more complicated than that. And I certainly think, I mean, obviously you would have visited some of these locations. So yes, there will be some views from some of those open locations. A lot of them already have views of An Sui, although as you get further down to the south, the intervening ridge line does screen An Sui quite a bit. But within that broader context, I'm not sure that would be sufficient to detract to the extent where people would be disinclined.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Just another smaller point in terms of Ben Chapel, I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
It's viewpoint
11.
I think, yes.
Yeah.
Now you mentioned that I did climb Ben Chapel. Had quite a good day for doing that. Just to you mentioned that illustrated the pattern of development. Can you just describe what you meant by that?
Let me just pull it up actually, and just I have an image in my mind, but I just want to be absolutely clear that I'm not leading anybody astray. Viewpoint 11. Oops. Yeah. So what I felt was that if you go to the viewpoint, 419C, which is the cumulative, and admittedly, this is, as I said earlier, this is 90 degrees. It's not a natural view, but it gives you a sense of the concurrent visibility. And what you see is a rhythm of development being established. Well, if Blarghour was placed in there particularly, and you get a sense of it being relatively regular. But it's not, obviously it's not affecting the seaward views, which is fairly critical. So, but you have got Ben Glass, then you've got Carrick-Geel as you turn round to the clockwise. Then you'd have Blarghour, and obviously originally we had Upper Sonican, but that's no longer germane. And then you turn further, and it's An Sui. So it does feel like there's a relatively regular pattern of development, which is orderly actually, and that's quite unusual in quite a lot of parts of Scotland now, where there is much more variance between patterns of development. This to me is very clear, very orderly as a pattern of development.
Mm-hmm. And just to by way of a scale comparator, can you just confirm what the height of the Carrick-Geel turbines is? I think I picked up they were 127 meters, but I just wanted.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 127.
A bit smaller than the application ones, but closer in terms of scale.
Yeah, it was a point I think I made earlier. Actually, I may not have done, but yes, because you are standing much closer, especially at viewpoint 11. You don't get that. It's quite difficult to see the difference, and you won't get a clear indication from rotor speed either. I mean, although even that's quite complicated because it's not simply if you've got larger rotors they're slower. That is partly true, but it depends also on the site, of course, in terms of wind speed, etc.
Okay, but that's the closest in terms of scale. The rest being more
currently within the craggy uplands. The point I was making about change and this onward march in terms of development, like I say, actually, I mean, Blarghour is actually very restrained for most of the developments that are coming forwards, and we had lengthy conversations about turbine size because we did consider 150, and that was reduced specifically relating to landscape advice. So yeah, it was definitely considered.
Okay, thanks for clarifying it. Those are all the points I wanted to make. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Trinick, anything by way of re-examination?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Thank you very much. Let's now then, if I can, Mr. Beresford, just thank you for your contribution, and if you could just clear your desk now for the next witness, that would be good. That was virtually speaking, and we'll take a short break now. It's 14:30, so let's reconvene at 14:45, please. Thank you. Okay, I think we're all back in the room. Welcome to Miss Anderson, our witness for this afternoon. And so just to continue on then, this will be the final witness in the landscape and visual session this afternoon. Mr. O'Carroll, do you want to introduce and lead your witness, please?
I do, thank you very much. So the only witness on for landscape visual evidence is Carol Anderson. Carol Anderson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, loud and clear, very good. I've got my volume up very high so I can hear the reporter, and got you loud and clear, thank you. Now, you've produced an inquiry report and a precognition for this inquiry. Your precognition is to be taken as read, although I've actually taken quite some bits of it out in evidence so far, as you'll have seen. We can see from your inquiry report your experience. You're a chartered member of the Landscape Institute, and we can see the rest of your experience from your inquiry report. The other important point of your experience, of course, is the fact that you have had an involvement in the production of LWEX. Could you remind us, please, as to how the LWEX study came about? In particular, was it yours alone, or was it in conjunction with somebody else?
Well, I was commissioned as part of a study team in 2012. Actually, I think it was in 2011 that we undertook the field assessment work, and that was to do the 2012, what was consequently the 2012 LWEX, commissioned by jointly by SNH and Argyll and Bute Council, and working to a steering group comprising members from both organisations. I worked in a study team with two other members, and we did joint field work. For the 2017 LWEX, that was an update of the 2012 study. I also worked in a study team and was undertaking joint field assessment work. So really, in summary, what I want to make clear is that the findings set out in the LWEX documents are a consensus amongst study team members. They're not just my opinion.
Thank you. Also, I think we've already touched upon it, and if you feel we've covered it fully, then please just say so. But what I did touch on was I put your precognition to Mr. Bainsfair with regard to what are thought to be changes in landscape and visual effects. Is there anything else you'd like to add to what has already been discussed about that?
Sorry, can you just rephrase that, Mr. O'Carroll, please?
Sure.
Changes in...
Well, the changes to the findings in relation to the Craggy Upland LCT between 2012 and 2017.
Right. Well, I have set it out in my precognition. Sorry, I just need to find the paragraph number for that.
3.2, I think, is the one that I put to the witness.
3.2. There are a combination of factors why there was a change between the findings set out in 2012 and then in the 2017 edition. It's partly to do with the fact that we combined the landscape and visual ratings into a single landscape and visual sensitivity rating. And that was agreed with the steering group because they felt that it would make the report findings simpler to use. And the other factor was really that although we had taken into account consented wind farm developments in the 2017 study, i.e. those that had occurred since 2012, we used principally ZTVs to determine extensive visibility, and we knew roughly the locations of these consents. We didn't always have visualizations. We did have some, but not all. for all developments. And when we were doing the field assessment for the updated study, we did that in 2016. Wind farm was then constructed, or had been constructed since 2012. And we considered the, as it were, as-built effects of that development on Blarghour and its surroundings. And I think when we were doing revisiting the Blarghour area, we just felt, having seen the effects of that scheme, that there wasn't much scope to accommodate many more turbines of that size and at that distance from Blarghour, or similar distances from Blarghour, in the craggy uplands landscape character type, which lie either side of the loch, without significant adverse effects arising on the loch's character and its immediate setting.
Thank you. Could I ask you please to have a look at the inquiry report of Mr. Bainsfair at production core document 14.1? And just let me know when you've got that in front of you, please.
I have that.
Thank you. So 14.1, you would have seen me ask Mr. Bainsfair questions in relation to 2.2.5 of his report, which is found at electronic page 10. And I was asking about this question of the word disconnect. Do you remember that evidence?
Yes, and I think we have discussed that. Yes. That's in terms of two landscape character types. The craggy uplands, which we're talking about at this inquiry, and then the upland forest moor mosaic, which largely forms the uplands within the Kintyre Peninsula. I wasn't absolutely sure what the disconnect was. And I know that in your cross-examination of Mr. Bainsfair, you did explain a bit further in terms of consents that had occurred in the Kintyre Peninsula. The thing about the capacity study is it is effectively a sensitivity study. It looks at relative landscape sensitivity across the whole of Argyll and Bute. It focuses on landscape and visual effects. It doesn't consider any other environmental matters, nor indeed wind energy policy matters. When it comes to considering wind farm developments, a whole range of matters need to be considered, both environmental and policy issues. The capacity study is just one part of the consideration that has to be given. There may be wind farms have been given consent in areas which have been considered to have a high or a high to medium sensitivity, but that sensitivity is gauged on landscape and visual interests. It doesn't take into account any sort of targets for wind energy development to be accommodated, or any sort of policy or any other considerations. So it is not surprising that there may be some divergence or some dilution, perhaps, of the findings that are in the capacity study.
Thank you. I'd like to, on a final substantive point, ask you, you recollect that I had a discussion with Mr. Bainsfair about viewpoint 14, and I mentioned the Kalaki decision, which of course he was involved with, and with which you're familiar, in relation to distances and the effect on impacts. Kalaki being 22 kilometres distant and viewpoint 14 being at 17.5 kilometres. Having heard all of that, I just wondered if you have any observations of your own to make.
Well, I think it might be useful for the reporter to maybe get out the visualization of viewpoint 14, and I will just get the reference for that.
That's core document 1.8, which will be you're dealing with.
1.8, and if we go to the photo montage.
Photo montage, I think, is
figure 4.22b, 22.
Yeah, that's the one, 4.22b.
We talked about distance, obviously, in Mr. Bainsfair's cross-examination, and this at 17 kilometres from this viewpoint is fairly distant. That's accepted. But what I've tried to express in my inquiry report is that this is a really rare view, a rare open view down or rather up northwards towards across the loch. And as part of that view, I think Mr. Bainsfair described it as being fleeting. It is fleeting in the sense that it's not an extensive gap in tree cover at this part of the loch shore, but it's not fleeting in terms of the speed of traffic as you're driving along there, or if you're cycling or whatever. And it is such an arresting view that I think it is one where people do stop, as is evident by the number of car parking spaces, laybys that you can see there. And my point, I do accept Ms. Bainsfair's point about significance or the magnitude of change involves not just consideration of distance, but also about the extent of the view to the development. And yes, this development has a relatively limited extent in that view, i.e. it's not an extensive spread, but it's the context that's really important in this view. It's the fact that the eye of the viewer is really drawn along that flat plane of water, and the proposal would be seen right at the end of that view above the promontory, the wooded promontory that you see in the left. And it, I think Mr. Bainsfair made a point about it being partially backcloth. Well, that actually, to me, is a negative aspect, which I think in certain conditions can accentuate pale coloured turbines when they're backclothed by darker forest in this instance and a bit of moorland. You also see this proposal in the context of the knowledge hills that lie just beyond the site. Sorry, I've instantly forgotten the name of those hills, but I have mentioned them in my inquiry report. So it's really the context of the view and the fact that it would form a sort of competing focus in the view when you compare it at the moment, the current view, which is the the flat plane of the water and the wooded slopes that are so evocative of Blarghour.
Thank you for that. Now to just some very technical issues. I understand you'd like to make some slight changes to your inquiry report. If we could have that before us. Now, your inquiry report is core document 14.9, and can we start with paragraph 5.3 of that?
Yes, 5.3. I think here I am. Yes, I've lifted some of that from the capacity study, and it in terms of what I'd like to make clear really for the inquiry is in terms of operational wind farms that are mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth sentence down of that paragraph. I think it's fair to say that our Cruich wind farm has minimal effects on Blarghour.
Okay. And paragraph 6.6. Under the heading Effects on Rocky Mosaic LCT.
Yes, 6.6. This is an error actually, and it's a little bit sloppy. Third sentence from the end of that paragraph, starting development would commonly. I think it's would be fairer to say that really Ansui and the proposed development are principally seen in the Dalavik area of the Rocky Mosaic LCT. And they're more often seen together from the western shore and slopes of the craggy upland LCT, and also from the open waters of Loch Avich and Blarghour.
And finally, just I think you have a typo at 7.4. Around.
Yes, that's third line of 7.4. I don't know, the word around needs to be deleted. It slipped in after higher ground.
Okay, so we just take out the word around from 7.4.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions for you at the moment. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Do we need to have those corrections? Just in case I'm not sure I think I caught them all, but it might be just as an erratum if you could just produce that for the file. It's not
Certainly we can do that.
vital at the moment.
We can do that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So moving on then, Mr. Chenick, in terms of cross-examination, do you want to start off, please? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trinick.
I think we're making history here. A few weeks ago, you and I did the first socially distanced inquiry. Now we're doing the first virtual inquiry.
Oh, it's very strange, isn't it?
Extremely strange. I'm going to start just with some points on the scope of evidence, if I may, just to narrow down what the differences are between us that we need to explore to some extent. No national designations or indeed local designations come into play in terms of the issues between us, do they? Including indeed the Argyll and Bute area of panoramic quality, which has been a feature in some other cases. It's not here, is it?
No.
Again, I think we've established through the evidence or the cross-examination of Mr. Bainsfair that no issues concerning impacts on individual houses as opposed to settlements.
That's correct.
And in terms of the settlements, the ones with which I think we're concerned are Dalavik and Inverinen. Is that right?
Principally, yes.
Well, are there any others you want to put into the mix?
Well, there are. They're quite amorphous, some of those settlements. And in Inverinen, there is another little cluster, which looks like a little sort of crofting settlement, which would have similar views, but it's just slightly off or outwith the boundaries, perhaps, of the main settlement. But it's a small group of houses.
All right, that's fine, thank you. And in terms of tourist centres, by which I mean, Inverary doesn't come into play here, does it, in this inquiry?
No.
I'm not saying that recreational facilities don't come into play. Obviously, along the Western Shore and Dalavik and so on, we'll come to that. Turn to your inquiry report, please, at 2.1, which is on electronic page 3. I'm not sure if you're going by electronic pages or real ones.
Just real ones.
Well, I'll do both. It's page 1, electronic page 3. Mm-hmm. Looking at the reasons for the objection here, or the constituent parts of that reason for objection, I won't rehearse them in detail. It seems to me that what we need to debate are impacts on the settlements along Blarghour, the water body of Blarghour, around Lochavic. That's the centre of attention. Those are the centres of attention, aren't they?
Yes, and the sort of immediate setting that's formed by the craggy upland landscape character type.
When you say the immediate setting, what do you have in mind?
Well, it's really the slopes and the hilltops that you see from around the loch, principally.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for that. But we can look at those later. You very helpfully provide Appendix A, which is your methodology, and it is helpful. We'll go there in a moment. We'll go first to paragraph 4.3, physical page 3, EP 5. There's some feedback coming to me, so I'm asking if one of my team has got the microphone on. I'll see how it goes. In 4.3, you tell us about making judgments on sensitivity of landscape or visual receptors. Follow the guidance on the GLVIA. I've got no quarrel with that. And you tell us that the sensitivity assessment set out in LWEX differs from that will be undertaken as part of an LVIA. I understand that. The overall sensitivity rating set out for LCTs within LWEX combine landscape and visual sensitivities, and additionally consider effects on adjoining landscapes. And the LWEX also provides a separate rating for landscape value, unlike LVIA, where values combine with a set ability to reach a judgment on sensitivity. Looking at, turn to your Appendix A, would you, which is electronic page 18. I've got physical page 16. We can be clear, therefore, that we can't simply translate LWEX sensitivity to LVIA because there's no value built into the LWEX sensitivity. It's a different exercise, isn't it?
That's correct.
And because landscape and visual sensitivity in the LWEX is combined, whereas in the LVIA, of course, you assess landscape sensitivity separate from visual. So we've got those differences we must bear in mind.
Yes.
And therefore, perhaps the reporter needs to note that when she has to be careful when looking at your assessment of sensitivity. This is not a criticism, it's just a fact of where we are, that LVIA sensitivity may be at a different level than that assessed in the LWEX because of the different approaches.
I think it could be in some instances, yes.
And I think it is, and we'll come to where it is later. And again, in your assessment, if you look at, I don't mean look at it, the significant to you means a moderate or major effect, doesn't it?
Sorry, are we looking in Appendix A, Mr. Trinick?
Yes, somewhere. It's there. Here we are. At the last page of Appendix A, the level of significance is judged to be major, moderate, minor, or negligible. Major and moderate effects are judged to be significant in terms of the EIA regulations.
Yes, that's correct.
Whereas you know that Mr. Bainsfair, I don't think there's any right or wrong here, you just take a different approach. He adopts major, moderate, and major as being significant effects.
I know he has a slightly different approach. Yes.
Okay. again, I mean, the reporter can read it for herself, but some of the, I think there are some marginal differences between you in terms of your descriptors of visual sensitivity, landscape sensitivity, and the same for magnitude, or you have different approaches. I don't think they're terribly important. I just make that comment because I'm not exercised by them. But where we need to be careful, I'm not saying there's no right or wrong here, just we need to be careful, is if, for example, we go to Appendix B and we look at page, well, start at page 26, where you start talking about, and it's a very useful tabulation, I may say, of the differences between you and Mr. Bainsfair. And there's a very high degree of agreement about significance. But the one I've come to is actually viewpoint 14, which you went to just now, that you say, rather, Mr. Bainsfair says moderate and not significant. You say magnitude of change should be medium and high sensitivity visual receptor, resulting in significant adverse effect. What I can't tell from that is whether your assessment of significance, what level of significance that would be. Would it be moderate or higher?
It doesn't say that, but I have said that it would be a significant adverse effect on a high, so it's a medium and then a high, it would be moderate.
Yeah, well, that rather makes my point. And again, it's not a criticism of either of you. It's simply, actually, you're both coming to the same level of significance. He says moderate, you say moderate, but in your terminology, that's significant. His, it's not.
No, it's not, Mr. Trinick, because the magnitude of change that I have judged is medium, whereas I believe that Mr. Bainsfair has judged that to be slight. So I think it is quite different.
Okay, well, let's just, the reason I'm doing this is to make sure that when the reporter comes to look at prospective evidence, she is comparing like with like. You needn't go there if you'll trust me, but I'm looking at Technical Appendix 451, Viewpoint Assessment at Viewpoint 14. I don't have an electronic page number, we've been here before. Indeed, he says magnitude of change slight.
Yes.
Sensitivity is high.
Yes.
Leads to moderate, whereas you say magnitude medium, again high sensitivity. So it's a difference in magnitude of change between slight and medium, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And that leads you to a conclusion of a moderate effect, which is significant. It leads him to a conclusion of moderate effect, which in his terminology, his methodology is not significant. We just need to note and be careful of those differences, don't we?
The different sort of calibrations, I think.
That's a very good word, correct. Turning to LWEX now, let's go back to your inquiry report at physical page 2, electronic page 4. That actually addresses LWEX, the fourth element of the reason for objection.
Sorry, Mr. Trinick, could you just give me that reference again, please?
Yes, of course. In your inquiry report, physical page 2, the last bullet point under where you detail the reasons for objection.
Yes. Okay.
Now, ultimately, whether we're in the right place or not is a matter for maybe policy judgment in noting SPP, but I want to explore what it says here with you to some extent. The Council aims to direct wind-fired development to less sensitive parts of Argyll and Bute. Rich diversity of the landscape compared with other parts of Scotland limits scope for additional wind energy development without unacceptable impacts occurring on landscape character, views and appreciation of scenic qualities. Against that background, would you go to paragraph 5.4 of your inquiry report, electronic page 6? And we can see that you agree that what is proposed should be treated as coming within the large turbine typology as opposed to the very large typology.
Yes.
In inquiry, in paragraph 5.2, we note that there is a high medium sensitivity. That's obviously combined landscape and visual, a high medium sensitivity to that typology. And you conclude at the end of 5.2 a low landscape value score for this area.
Yes.
Now, SPP 28, you and I are familiar with. It's the advice that the aim is to achieve the right development in the right place. We're very familiar with that phrase, aren't we?
Yeah.
It would seem to me, and I'd like your view, that in terms of the RFO, it can't really be said we're in the wrong location, given what you found in the 2017 update of the LWEX. I think the argument is rather more about whether the right development has been put forward in an appropriate location.
Sorry.
What would you say to that?
Sorry, you were breaking up slightly at the end, Mr. Trinick. Could you just repeat that last question?
Of course. I refer to SPP 28, right development in the right place, and it seems to me, and I'd like your view, that in terms of the reason for objection, which I've rehearsed, it can't really be said we're in the wrong location. It's, in terms of what the LWEX suggests, quite apart from the fact we're in an SPP Group 3 area for landscape and visual purposes. Rather, the argument between us is whether or not the right development has been put forward in an appropriate location. Would you agree?
So by saying right place, you're meaning a much broader place, I take it, rather than, is that based on a landscape character type, or is it based on a much broader area of Group 3 area, for instance?
Well, that's why I rehearsed 5.2 and 5.4 with you. I am talking about the craggy uplands. That's why I rehearsed the high degree of sensitivity and the low landscape score. It seems to me that in terms of the findings of the LCS, very limited scope for additional development of this typology, and we're not talking about the wrong location here. We're talking about whether we got the right development in an appropriate location.
Certainly the LWEX, the findings were that there is some very limited scope for additional development. So yes, it would then be a matter about whether this is the right development in the right location within the craggy upland.
Within the craggy uplands. I'm sure that we can debate whether it's in precisely the right location in the craggy uplands, and no doubt we could have that debate. But in terms of the LWEX and your recommendations, that I think what I want to record is that what we're debating here is whether or not this is the right development rather than whether or not this is the right location.
I'm not convinced it is the right location.
Oh, I thought we had agreed.
I'm not convinced it. I don't think it's the right location within the craggy upland.
All right. I thought you'd say that, and I see. I think that comes out of your evidence. So I'm not going to say no. That's not what you say. It is what you say. But in terms of the broad location of the craggy upland, i.e., in terms of the reason for objection, which I rehearsed, we are in an LCT, which the LWEX envisages does have some scope for further development. That's correct, isn't it? Of this typology.
Yes.
That's okay. Now, some brief points on the LWEX. And forgive me if you have some sense of ennui coming on, bearing in mind we've been here before, but we haven't been here before on this reporter, so we must treat it afresh. Your recommendations in the LWEX are not predicated on any requirement to fulfill any particular capacity for new or other wind energy developments in Argyll or Bute, are they?
That's correct.
And as we've agreed before, this is not a capacity study, but a relative sensitivity study.
That's correct.
Just take you in that context to your precognition, please, which is, well, someone help me, CD 15 something. And people have got it anyway, I'm sure, the precognition. 15.4, thank you very much. And go to paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2. And I just want to get clarification of what you said in chief just now to Mr. O'Carroll in relation to the differences between the 2012 and 2017 studies. I can see that part of the difference results from a technical point, the combination of landscape and visual sensitivity criteria. I see that. The point I'm interested in is that the difference also results from your field assessment of the as-built effects of Carry Gale on the Loch area.
Mm-hmm.
So do I read it right that you're saying that because perhaps the as-built effects were different in quality from those which you had expected based on earlier information, that meant that more limited development that you had previously expected could be accommodated in this landscape type without giving rise to significant effects? Is that the...
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And when you say significant effects, do you mean significant effects on the whole of the LCT?
On the craggy upland, no, not necessarily, but within the LWEX, we considered landscape context. So it's not just the craggy upland LCT, it would also be considering adjacent landscapes such as the Rocky Mosaic and Blarghour itself.
Okay, let's just get out CD 410, which is the landscape capacity study. We're going to need it in a moment anyway. And I think we need to go to, I have to try and find the right, it's electronic page 91, physical page 60 or 61, thereabouts. Sorry, physical page 62. Let me know when you're there. Let me know, ma'am, when you're there.
Sorry, we're going to the 2017 study, are we?
Correct, yes.
410, yes. And the main report.
Yep. And if you're going, are you going electronic or physical pages now?
Electronic.
At 91. It's a starting point anyway. It gets us in broadly the right place if I say that.
Okay. Oh, 91.
Electronic page 91.
That's not in my copy. Have I got? Oh,
No.
that seems to be.
Well, it's physical page 62, if that helps. Real page 62.
Gosh, right, okay.
It's paragraph, well, 4.14.6 will be a marker.
4.14.6, is that correct? Yes, yes, I've got that printed, so I'll just go with that, I think.
Not sure that's the paragraph I want to go to, but it's where I want to start.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, in that section on LCT 7, there will therefore be some material which indicates what you've just talked about in relation to your precognition at 3.2, that the sensitivity is not simply relating to the Craigie Uplands LCT, but to effects on other LCTs. And I just want you to take me to the text where that is evidenced. And please give us, if you give me a physical page number, if that's what you're working on, I can translate that to electronic page.
Well, it talks in the third paragraph down from 4.14.6, physical page 62, about minimizing intrusion on adjacent smaller scale settled landscapes. Talks about intrusion on prominent skylines seen from open sections of Blarghour. Is this the sort of thing that you're wanting me to find?
Yes, that's where I thought you might go. But if you want to scroll back up to, sorry, I'm trying to work between virtual and physical, to electronic page 89, physical page 60. Where in paragraph 414.1, second last paragraph of that, with the bold lettering, you find it?
So I'm getting muddled between the printed copy and the electronic copy. I'll just stick with the printed copy. Could you give me the page number again?
Just 60.
60, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you the electronic page number as well, because there are those who are reliant on that. I must do both. But physical page 60, paragraph 414.1, second last paragraph of that.
Yeah.
Where it says the landscape sensitivity would be high medium to the large and medium development typologies, which is where we are.
Yes.
What we are. I had thought that sensitivity would be expressed purely in terms of the craggy upland itself, in other words, to where the development is going to take place, the host landscape. I'm looking for some evidence that that is not the case.
It's not the case, because if you go into volume 2 of the LWACs, which have the detailed tables, it is clear from that the assessment also looks at landscape context, effects on landscape context.
I see.
Not principally to do with, well, it is principally to do with the craggy upland, but it's also about the role that particular landscape character type plays in terms of views from surrounding landscapes too. So we look at it in a wider sense.
Okay, well, I think I understand it now, and it's not right or wrong. I just want to understand it. So, in other words, say when looked, well, let's make sure I've got it right. So, let's say when looked at from, well, Dalavik, for example, the sensitivity of the development in the craggy uplands of high medium takes into account views from Dalavik.
Yes, it does. Well, not specifically, but yes, from Blarghour and its surrounds, yes.
As an example only.
As an example, yes.
All right, well, I understand now what you mean. I didn't when you gave evidence in chief, now I do, so that's progress. Now we know that the LWEX is it's a starting point, and we agree it's a very useful starting point to identify a view of where different typologies may best be accommodated in a number of LCTs. But I'm sure you would acknowledge, and indeed the history of development, which Mr. Bainsfair has referred to, has recorded this, that at a site-specific level, LVIA and the planning process may show that a scale of development may be accommodated in areas where the LWEX concludes there is no scope, or where you conclude such a limited scope that what is proposed is beyond that scope. You would accept that, I'm sure.
It could potentially. I haven't necessarily come across, not that I can remember, where it has been found to have a high sensitivity and no scope that a development has been consented. But yes, I mean, I agree that a more detailed assessment is absolutely essential. and that is acknowledged in the introductory paragraphs of the LWACs.
I think you're right about high sensitivity, but in terms of high medium, which is perhaps the transitional category between there may be quite a lot of scope, medium, and there's no scope, high, is the one all the debate is going to be, frankly, and always is. I think there have been one or two cases, haven't there, such as Blarghour Hill. That was high medium, wasn't it?
I can't remember, because I think that was on the basis of the 2012 sensitivity study that was valid at that time.
Well, whatever, it was high medium sensitivity. What I'm getting at is this is where the debate's going to be, in this category of high medium, isn't it?
Sorry, I would need to check. I can't agree with you that that was high medium sensitivity. I would need to double check that. I feel it was medium sensitivity at that stage.
Okay, well, when I say I'll come back to it, it's not the advocate running away from the point. I mean, I really will come back to it. I can ask somebody to get out the Blarghour Hill report for me. I don't want to slow up the process.
Yeah.
But I will come back to that one when someone produces the reference. I want to go to CD 1047 briefly, please, which is the Culzean report, where you and I were on opposite sides in that inquiry. And go to page 48, or if you've got it, are you looking electronically at that one?
I'm going to have to do that, yes. 2 seconds. 1047. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to bear with me now, because I am going to get up Larry myself. Okay, would you wait while I get the right Blarghour reference out, since I know I've got it? Oh, can you help me, please?
Yeah.
No, that's the decision. That's no good. I want the report. 1039. Yeah. Can someone help me, please? I'll let someone find the right Blarghour reference. We'll stick with Culzean for the moment. If we go to paragraph 3.157, 157 rather, of Culzean report. Yeah, no, whereabouts? How are you doing?
Still scrolling.
Tell me when you're there.
I've got off scrolling to do.
Okay.
Sorry, 3.157.
3.157.
57.
You just read that when you get to it, without, not out loud, but just read it.
Yeah.
Any complaints about what the report has said in 3.157? Would you broadly agree with their approach there?
No, I agree with that.
And in terms of 3.161, where they talk about the pattern of development, could you just read that paragraph and then tell me whether you have any quarrel with the generic points, not the Culzean specific points?
No, I do agree with that.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's very helpful. I'll come back to Blairy later. Go there now back to CD 410, please, at page 61. This is physical page 61, electronic page 90, for those who are using that. Let me know when you're there.
I am there, yeah.
We can see paragraph 414.4, which was visited by Mr. O'Carroll when he was cross-examining Mr. Bainsfair. You got it?
Yep.
These are the key constraints. I just want to go through them with you to see whether we can agree what's in play here in terms of the issues between us. The first bullet point, the backdrop of steep slopes and skyline ridges, provide the immediate setting to the settled fringes of Blarghour and to the less settled Lochavic area. Clearly, that is between us. We know we have debates about that.
Yes, that's correct.
But probably not in terms of the smaller scale settled landscapes of the craggy uplands with settled to the west. We don't have an issue there, do we?
No, that's correct. No, we don't.
That's fine. I just wondered, ma'am, are you able to get out figures as well as the landscape capacity study at one time, or is that going to be challenging?
So I can switch quite well. Yes, I could have one on one screen and one on the other.
I think it'd be helpful if you could get out within. Let me get the right reference here. It's CD17. And when you've got there, it's figure 4.3a, which shows the landscape character types. Ms. Anderson, will you let me know when you're there as well, please?
Yes, I've got that map in front of me now.
Okay, are you there, Ms. Anderson?
No, I'm not. Figure 4.3. Is it
4.3a.
4.3a? Yeah, I've got that.
You're okay there?
Yeah.
You've got it, excellent. Okay, just they might help us going through. So coming back to the first point, the settled glens 7a, we can see, can't we, off to the west of the craggy uplands, light blue, is that correct?
That's correct.
We don't have an issue. I think you need to speak to the microphone, Ms. Anderson. Sorry, if you go so that we can't hear you.
Over here.
All right. We don't have an issue there. And then the next bullet point, areas of more complex craggy landform, including steep-sided ridges and early tops and the higher pronounced summits of Ben Chapel, Ben Jerrick and Ben Glass seen from adjacent settled glens. I hadn't anticipated that an issue would be between us.
The development is not placed on the higher pronounced summits, and it's not on the steep-sided ridges or nolly tops. So that isn't between us.
All right. In terms of the third bullet point, the intricate pattern of lochans and small knolly hills was southeastern of the interior plateau of this landscape type. Where is that? It's your language, this. I'm looking at 4.3a figure and wondering where that is.
It's principally in the so many Gallic names. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it, but it's the the area that is between the craggy upland and 6A, which is the Loch Fyne
Yeah.
upland forest moor mosaic, and it's a sort of transitional landscape between those two upland areas, and it's largely unforested. It is to
Yes, sorry, on the map on 438.
on the map. It would
The common reference point.
where the M is. Do you
Oh,
see
right.
the M?
Yeah, I do see that. So it's fairly close and to the east of LCT 20. Is that right?
It's not close particularly to that, but it is in the uplands in that area. It's
In
between,
the uplands in that area.
it's
So,
between the M and the I, which I presume
okay.
is part of mid.
So I would take it that we don't have any difficulty between us in respect to that bullet point either.
No.
Thank you. Occasional pronounced small open topped hills close to Loch-Awe and long wooded hill slopes, which form spurs and promontories extending into the loch. Again, I don't think that divides us, does it?
No, that doesn't. But can I just go back to the third bullet point?
Yes, of course.
I think this site and the area surrounding the proposal does form a more extensive area of unmodified ground. So in terms of that, where there is a degree of naturalness and seclusion in that area, it isn't forested. I know that part of the site is forested, but part isn't. So I would say that there is an issue in terms of part of bullet point 3.
All right. Well, we can explore that. But I just want to record, I'm not going back to Blairy Hill because you were absolutely right and I was completely wrong. It is medium, so we need to go back there. 1-0 to you.
Right, for change.
There you are. The wider setting to the planned settlement of Inverera and views from Loch Fyne, that's not between us clearly.
No, it's not.
Prominent hills forming landmark features included Ben Brach, Ben Jerrick, which lie at the area between Loch-Awe and Loch Fyne and seen from inner Loch Fyne. Does that divide us?
No.
Very well. And going on to the next physical page anyway, the next bullet point, potential effects of turbines situated on the northeastern edge of the landscape in the scenic basin of North Loch-Awe. Clearly that doesn't divide us, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
And then potential cumulative effects to the operation of wind farms of Acrook, which I don't think does divide us, and Sui, which does, Carrigale, Ben Glass. Carrigale does. What about Ben Glass? Is that an issue between us, really?
It's less of an issue because it doesn't have a significant effect really on Loch-Awe because they're very small turbines and they're fairly distant. So it's less of a cumulative.
Okay, and cumulative effects also relating to Ben Crooken and the Etif Mountains and Ben Louis. Again, that's not an issue between us, is it here?
No.
All right, that's extremely helpful. If you go on to the guidance on development in 414.6 about the other constraints in play, I think some of them we're going to get repetitive unless we watch it. But perhaps you tell me, going through the paragraph which begins, it will be important to minimize intrusion, whether there are any issues which arise in this long paragraph which we haven't already explored in terms of 414.4, rather than me go through every one and risk repetition.
No, I think they're mostly in there. I think it's.
Yeah, seems to me they were.
Yeah.
So that when we come back to when the reporter wants to make a note of what's between us in terms of location of this site within the craggy upland, we're coming back probably to where the reasons for objection start and finish. Is the focus is very much on Loch-Awe and Loch Avic and receptors in those areas, isn't it?
And I have been clear about that in my inquiry report.
You have, and it's not a complaint. You have been very clear, but I want to make sure, in terms of the LWEX, that if issues divide us, that's the issue in terms of the LWEX as well as in terms of LVIA.
In principle, yes.
All right, that's very helpful. Turning to landscape impact now, you summarise the concerns of the council in your concerns in the precognition at paragraph 5.1. Let's just turn to that briefly. See me, I can find it. You summarise those concerns in 5.1 and 5.2. So in broad terms, craggy uplands, rocky mosaic, and Blarghour. Those are the three headlines, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we go to the inquiry report at 5.4, again, this is comparing the LWEX with LVIA to make sure we don't get trapped by terminology. You say, I consider the guidance in the study. Sorry, wrong button, but where are we? You assess, I can skip 5.4, you assess high medium sensitivity to this development typology in landscape and visual terms, and a low value for this LCT. If landscape sensitivity had been, I think we're really talking about susceptibility here, if landscape susceptibility had been evaluated alone, and then combined with value, would the likely result have been a lower level of sensitivity because of the impact of the value score of low?
Not necessarily. And this is because the values considered in the LWEX are fairly limited in that they focused on designated landscapes, NSAs, the APQ designation, etc. They didn't take the full range of factors that need to be considered in thinking about values. So it might be sort of more local sensitivities, values associated with recreational use, for example, as outlined in GLVIA3, that range of values.
I understand. The reason I asked the question is if you go, I want to understand this, if you go to 6.4 of your inquiry report, you say the landscape of the sensitivity of the LCT would be medium overall. So in LVIA terms, the sensitivity, which takes into account, obviously, the full range of value factors as well as sensitivity, would be medium rather than high medium. Am I making a valid comparison?
Sorry, I'm having some noise interference. I'm not sure what that is. Yes, I do say it's medium overall, but I think what needs to be taken into account is that I have defined Blarghour itself and its immediate surrounds as a separate character unit, which is not done in the LWEX or in any other landscape character assessment, because I feel that it is not addressed fully and has a sort of specific character, and that is of a higher sensitivity.
All right. There's not much for us to debate in terms of the extent of significant effects on craggy upland. There's just 2 points I think we need to discuss. The first relates to the area of about 2 to 3 kilometres from the development, where Mr. Bainsfair says not significant. You remember that he discussed that with Mr. O'Carroll in cross-examination. because of the existing characterizing effect of wind energy development. I just want to explore that. Is it not relevant when considering the incremental impact of a development to take into account existing characterizing effects?
It is usual because that would form part of the baseline.
Yeah.
But I think this is quite extraordinary to conclude that there would be no significant effect on that piece of moorland where the development is and its immediate surrounds up to 2 to 3 kilometres. There would be physical effects, yes, on part of the development, on the development site itself, on the fabric, but also effects on character within that area. It was the area would essentially change from being a piece of forestry and moorland with fairly minimal built development in it, just forest tracks, moorland tracks too, to accommodate 17 very large wind turbines and associated development and infrastructure. So, and I have to say, I have reviewed a large number of landscape and visual impact assessments for wind farm development, and I think this is the first time I have come across an assessment which concludes that there would be no significant effects on the development site and the immediate surrounds of the development site to a wind farm development.
Well, you say find it extraordinary, but where there is the more that wind turbine development characterises an area, perhaps we're looking at whether or not the methodology is sufficient rather than the results of the methodology here, but the more it characterises an area, the less inevitably will be the incremental effects of a new development. That's the point, isn't it?
It is, but in this instance, in terms of the craggy upland that we're talking about, I don't accept that existing wind farm development is a principal characteristic of that landscape character type.
Okay, well, I see the difference between us and we can agree to differ on that. Noting, though, that we want to make sure you mentioned landscape fabric just now. I'm only talking about landscape character here.
Okay, yes.
Answers given in those terms, is it?
Yes, well, I think there would be a significant adverse effect on both the fabric and the character.
Okay.
But the character effects are more extensive, obviously, than the fabric effects because they extend beyond the confines of the development itself.
Yeah, in general terms, I agree with you. So you are talking about character and not a mixture of character and fabric. That's fine. We can agree to disagree on that point. There's also a dispute in terms of this LCT about the Loch Avic area. And I want you to go, please, to, well, let's go to your inquiry report first to remind us what you say. I consider significant effects to be more widespread, occurring not just on the western shore of Blarghour, but also on the Loch Avic area. That's the phrase I want to explore with you. If you
Is that paragraph, sorry, Mr. Trinick, paragraph?
6.2.
6.2.
Second last line, Loch Avic area. All right?
Yes.
To explore that, would you go to CD 1.8? This is visualizations. You may have them as a hard copy, I don't know. Volume 3B of the environmental statement at figure 411. We're not going to agree on the impact, but I want you to tell the reporter what you mean by the Loch Avic area here by reference to this map.
Sorry, are we in a, did you say a visualization?
Yeah, I did say figure 411 within CD 1.8, which is volume 3B of the environmental statement.
Viewpoint 3.
Sorry?
Viewpoint 3?
Viewpoint 3, that's it, yeah. Figure 411, it's the map.
This map, I thought you had were relying on a map, but it's a visualization.
No, well, it is actually a map. Figure 411, not 411A, but 411 is a map with a view shed
Okay.
and a ZTV. So that's where I want to go. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
6.2, you say the Loch Avic area. My simple point of going here, what do you mean by the Loch Avic area by reference to that map?
I mean, the area that's coloured pink, which covers the open waters of Loch Avic,
Yeah.
and along the shore, the northern shore near Loch Avic House.
And going down to Kilman down there.
To there. Yes, sorry, I was just looking to. Yes, I don't mean necessarily that right down to viewpoint 3, but that it has a very strong, strongly contained character, that loch. So it's really in that basin where the red area of visibility is shown.
All right, well, I was just checking with my witness. We don't have any viewpoints down in that area, so we'll have to let the reporter make a site visit as best she can in that area. I think I'm right. You're not aware of any viewpoints down there, are you?
There is a viewpoint a bit further up the road, but can I maybe suggest to the reporter, if she hasn't already been, that if she walks along the burn just to the west of Loch Avic House, down to the point there, there are open views across the loch and across the cleft of Blarghour over to the proposed site, and you can quite clearly make it out because of the pattern of forestry that's on the developments.
But can you tell us, and no reason why you should unless you've generated a wireline for yourself, but what you would see of the development from that point?
I can't tell you because I haven't generated a wireline, but I have extrapolated it from viewpoint 3. I think it would be quite a similar view from from viewpoint 3, but more distant.
Very well. I mean, I didn't know until I asked you that question what exactly you meant by the Loch Avic area. Now we know. I'm going to say to the reporter that, and obviously I want Mr. Carroll's view, that if it would be helpful, we can provide a wireline for your site visit purposes at the point indicated by Carol Anderson. I don't know if Mr. Carroll agrees that would be a sensible thing to do.
Well, I've said my hesitation about that because what if we want to interrogate that particular wireline that's been produced and might open up the ground for a similar submission? I think perhaps the simplest thing would be to go with the suggestion of the witness and simply just to introduce that part of the landscape within your site visit map. That would be my suggested solution that would avoid controversy.
Thank you. I may clarify things that I had hoped I had done most of my site visits and had walked along the shore of Loch Avic there in the area that you suggested and tried to make some comparison between where the forestry was to visualise where the turbines would be relative to, and obviously came down and looked at viewpoint 3 as well. So I'd be reasonably content that I had an impression of that without the wirelines.
Well, okay, ma'am. The reason I've only been able to put the point now is that this is my first time to cross-examine Carol Anderson on what she means by the Loch Avic area. We didn't know until I got the answer. Now I know the answer. I want to be sure that you have the information you need to assess the development from that point, since it's part of the council's case. Hence my suggestion of a wireline. If you feel you can do it adequately without, well, fine. I don't think it's a controversial point which arises. A wireline is simply a bit of objective material you could use.
People thought it was important that I had a clear understanding of what the development would look like from there. I could roll that into my peat site visit, so I mean I could potentially go and revisit that. So I wouldn't be averse to receiving it. I don't think it's necessary, wholly necessary, but it may be helpful.
Well, we do want you to visit that area. Again, I'm sorry to make you do another site visit, but I'm sorry, we would like you to go there. And I do feel that it would be helpful to have visual material now that we know the area being spoken about.
Could I maybe interject here, please?
Surely, yes.
If you go to paragraph 6.5 of my inquiry report, there is a more detailed description of what I mean by the Loch Avic area.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I've taken a note of that. I don't think it causes any particular difficulty in terms of evidence. The wireline would be circulated, and if I could have that in time for my November site visit trip, perhaps that would be helpful. Mr. O'Carroll, would you have any objection to
that? I've said what I think about it, and you've made your determination, Mom, so I have nothing further to add.
Okay, let's go with that as suggested then. If you can furnish the case officer with that wireline, and the parties will have an opportunity if they felt it wasn't a correct impression, but I'm sure that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Going to 6.4, Ms. Anderson, you say that you deal with Loch Avic in more detail. Now, maybe I misread that paragraph, because you say in the third line, I additionally consider about the LBIA that the smaller scale Loch Avic and its immediate surrounds are medium high sensitivity. But you then go on, magnitude change would be higher along these smaller scale fringes of Loch Awe. And I thought you were going back to talk about Loch Awe, because you don't mention Loch Avic again. Which particular part of 6.4 is it?
6.5, Trinick.
Oh, 6.5.
Trinick, yes.
Whereabouts in 6.5?
6.4. I thought I said 6.5.
Well, I may have misheard you. My apologies. Whereabouts in 6.5?
After where it says CD 5.7, the proposed development would be visible from the open waters of Loch Avic.
Okay. And down to where?
Almost to the end.
Okay. I can understand it down for 4 lines below where you started, but I thought the rest, it seems to be a mixture of Loch Avic and Loch Awe. Maybe that's why I'm getting confused. You're saying that's all about Loch Avic, are you?
Largely, yes.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to debate that further. And if you say that's what it is, that's what it is. You wrote it, so I accept that. Thank you. If you go to, I want to leave the craggy upland now, because we know what the differences are between us. There's a limited point in debating them. If you go to 6.6, please, in the Rocky Mosaic, where we acknowledge there are significant effects, it might help, I think, to go to figure 4.3a, again, within CD 17, I think, is it? CD 17. This is the LCT map again. I just want you using that map to explain to the reporter where you see the significant effects arising. I know it's small scale, but I think you can probably do it from there, because you can see it in Verena.
It's where it says 20. It's on the west side of Blarghour.
Mhm.
At this scale, it is a very small bit of that pale green area.
On the west side.
On the west side.
So Inverina and going a bit north from Inverina towards the figure 20. That's the area.
Yes.
Okay, I don't think we have any dispute between us. That's where we see the significant effects as well. So the reporter making a note of the geographical context for that. Would you, though, please go to 6.6 for another reason in your inquiry report? Fourth line, this landscape character type is of high sensitivity because of its diverse landform. Now, that takes us back, if you would, to CD 410, which is the landscape, the LWEX. And we need to go to E page 178, or if you're using physical pages, 122. I want to make sure I've read this right. Same point as before, really. I'm Craggy Upland. Have you found it yet?
No, not yet. Still scrolling.
I've lost the reference there.
It's E page 178.
178.
When you get there, it's paragraph 441.1. Are you there, ma'am? And Ms. Anderson, are you there?
Yes.
You're there.
Yes. Which paragraph?
441.1.
Sorry, it was just crackly there.
No, don't worry. 441.1.
Got that.
You got that. Excellent. Sensitivity would be high for large and medium typologies. Understand that. Is that's high to development within the Rocky Mosaic, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
So that when you record in 6.6 that this LCT is of high sensitivity, the reporter's got to be careful, hasn't she? Because you're not referring there to development in the adjoining craggy upland, but to any development that might take place in the Rocky Mosaic. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, no, because this is talking about effects in terms of LVIA. It's not taken necessarily from the LWEX. I haven't just adopted the LWEX. I have largely been influenced by Mr. Bainsfair's own assessment of sensitivity, which I agree with. Then he's concluded that it would be a high sensitivity to a development of this location and nature.
All right. So, forgive me. I thought that you were referring to your own your LWEX when finding high sensitivity there. We can put that to one side because you're not.
I'm not.
This is an LVIA finding.
It is.
All right. Fine. And it's a high sensitivity to development in craggy upland, presumably because of the visual relationship between Rocky Mosaic and craggy upland. It could only be, couldn't it?
It is, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I understand. Thank you for that. If you go to 6.7 in your inquiry report, please. And I guess my question is, you sought to define a separate landscape character unit now for Blarghour when it wasn't a character unit before. you had the opportunity when writing the LWEX to define a separate character area for Loch-Awe. Why are you doing it now?
Well, it's a fair point, but you know, I think it also relates to what we've agreed about the LWEX, that it's a strategic study. It gives broad advice. I'm now looking at a specific proposal. I'm looking at particular landscape and visual effects. I'm effectively doing an LVIA at a more detailed level. And this is why I have considered Loch-Awe as a separate unit.
But in LVIA terms, quite apart from LWEX terms, you're using the same baseline landscape characterization carried out initially by SNH.
I am, but I think if we could, if we go to GLVIA 3, it is quite clear in that guidance document that in order to do LVIA, sometimes more detailed landscape character studies are necessary. So I have adopted that advice.
Well, okay, I understand what you've done, but I must suggest to you that the reason you've done it is that when you came to write your evidence for this inquiry, you realised that the existing characterisation of craggy uplands and rocky mosaic left a gap of the most sensitive area of Loch-Awe. So you've responded accordingly, which seems to me a bit on the hoof landscape characterisation. Not
on the hoof at all. I think it was a sensible approach. I did realise that there was a gap because it's not inland lochs are inconsistently
So you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Ms. Anderson. Oops.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. You come back audibly, but not visually. Try speaking again.
We've lost Miss Anderson. It's possibly that it's that time of night, isn't it, where lots of people are going online.
Oh, yeah, I can see you.
Okay. Well, you're back. You're back now. Let's see if we can continue.
You want to start that last point again, Miss Anderson? Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Intermittently at the moment.
Oh dear.
No, we heard that. Okay, carry on. Let's see how we go.
Okay, but you can't see me.
I can see you now. Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
Bandwidth response at the moment.
I think we left off as on the hoof, and I dispute that.
Okay.
No, I think it's a proper approach when carrying out a detailed assessment of a specific proposal. It is different to the LWEX. And I did feel that there was a gap in existing landscape characterizations. It's very variable, the landscape character assessment coverage. For example, Loch Marie and Loch Lomond are treated as separate character types, but other lochs are not. And some other areas, the lochs are mentioned, but I think for such a special feature, it didn't do it justice, the fact that it was not even barely mentioned in the landscape character assessment, the online character assessment.
Yeah, I'm still a bit puzzled, and I'll put the point once more, that in the LWEX, where you were specifically examining different typologies of wind energy development within different LCTs, and you specifically identified the sensitivity of Loch-Awe, and therefore you must look very carefully at the area of Loch-Awe. You still did not seek at that stage to define a landscape character type by reference to Loch-Awe. You've only done so in response to this proposed development. Is that correct?
Yes, at a more detailed level. But actually, I would also say with the LWACs, the principal function of the LWACs was to consider sensitivity to wind farm development. So in terms of a stretch of open water, the loch, you're not going to be putting wind farm development on it. So the in the LWACs, we did consider effects on adjoining landscapes such as and features such as Blarghour. For example, in the craggy upland, Blarghour is specifically mentioned. But I'm not sure that we would necessarily have identified an area of inland water and done an assessment of how you could, what sensitivity there would be to different sizes of wind turbine.
Okay, in terms of, we can leave landscape now, and the reason I'm not taking you to various viewpoints and testing you on your views of landscape character is I think that the differences between you and Mr. Bainsfair are clear on the basis of your evidence, and I'm not going to narrow them. So for once, I'm not going to go to, we're dealing with a very narrow area of concern here around Blarghour and Lochavic. In terms of viewpoints, again, if we go to your Appendix B, we can see why I needn't go to individual viewpoints. Would you go to page 26 of your inquiry report? Physical page 26, Appendix B. I don't have the, but I do, electronic page 28. There we are. There's, apart from viewpoint 14, I think there is no material difference between you and Mr. Bainsfair on the significance of impacts from any viewpoint. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct, with the exception of viewpoint 6, where there's a bit of inconsistency.
Oh yes, of course.
And though I actually think it wouldn't be significant from that viewpoint, but it wasn't clear from the LVIA whether it was or not.
I think there was some confusion there, to be fair, but at least your opinion is it wouldn't be significant, so I needn't explore it. And apart from that viewpoint and viewpoint 14, there's nothing really further for us to examine, is there? You're in agreement. And in terms of views from roads, again, in terms of the roads not significant from this route, all of those roads, yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, sorry, except for the unclassified.
Not on the west.
The west, no, and I don't think there's any disagreement between you there. Views from settlements were in agreement. Remarkable level of agreement, really, throughout the visual effects. And views from recreational routes. I don't think we need to explore NCR 78. In terms of core paths, I don't think you're expressing disagreement. You simply say you can't verify some of the effects. That's right, isn't it?
Well, the mapping isn't clear. And I think I have identified some significant adverse effects on routes that were not considered in the LVIA, but which are promoted.
I see. And in terms of watercraft users, well, we've had that debate between Mr. O'Carroll and Mr. Bainsfair, and you say what you say, he says what he says, so we can leave that there. I want to turn just to Anne Suey, though, in rather more detail. Go to your inquiry report, please, at 7.4. It's on electronic page 9, physical page 8. Ma'am, I've got about 25 minutes to go, I think, so we will finish in time this evening, but could I ask for a 10-minute comfort break now?
Yes, I was about to interject to ask how much longer we thought we should go. Yes, it's 20 past, so 4:30 then we'll reconvene with the view to finishing around 5.
Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Okay, and now I see there's a little warning sign beside Miss Anderson's picture on the screen, which may indicate she's having some problem connecting. It's just.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Oh, that's strange, because I can see you, so not quite sure.
Well, as long as we can hear each other, we can.
Yes, that's fine, isn't it?
Think on that basis. Mr. Trinnick, we maybe just keep checking that we're still in communications, just in case we lose each other.
Yeah, that's fine. Miss Anderson, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Yes.
That's excellent. In the spirit of just simply focusing on areas on which we are in dispute, there's really one area I want to tackle now, and that's the relationship between Blarghour and SUI. And for that, we go to your inquiry report. It starts at 7.4 on electronic page 9, actual page 8. And from there, for a couple of pages, a page and a bit, you deal with this issue. I'm not going to rehearse the whole thing. We know what it says. But I would like you to go to the top of page, physical page 9, electronic page 10, where you say the proposed development lies 4.5 kilometres from the operational and SUI wind farm, and the two wind farms would be predominantly seen together in views from the middle and lower parts of Blarghour, from open areas along the northwest shore and within Inverlever Forest of the Loch Avic area. I want to explore that with you by reference to one or two viewpoints. So would you get out, it's volume 3B of the environmental statement. I'll give a CD number to people. CD 18, and we'll start with viewpoint 1 at Dalavik. And you can see, are you there, Miss Anderson?
Yes.
Are you there, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. We can see in view 49C, we can see the cumulative wire line, which we've been to before. But what I wanted to explore is to go to the photo montage above, from which we can see that you can't see Ansui. Now, some people might say that's a photographic trick. You just move a bit to the right and you lose Ansui. But actually, I make this point for the purposes of any further site visit, that care was taken here to try and find the clearest view of Blarghour. And in doing so, you lose the view of Ansui. And my suggestion is that from this general area, it is going to be difficult to get views of both together.
I think in the area of that small recreation park, yes, but you do get views from near the jetty, and that's viewpoint 2, I think. Okay,
well, let's go to viewpoint. We're going to go through a number, so I'm not going to be unfair and just take you to one. Let's go to viewpoint 2, and if we can go to 410C. It's a C figure we want to go to in each case, being the cumulative one. And yeah, you can see both together, but I suggest that it's the forestry which masks, I know forestry can be felled, we all know that, but forestry masks the Ansui development to some extent, doesn't it? It's not as prominent as might appear from the wireframe. It's so, isn't it?
Sorry, which viewpoint are we looking at? Viewpoint 2?
Yeah, that's the one you wanted me to go to. Viewpoint
2. Forestry, sorry, could you just repeat your question, Mr. Trinnick?
Yes, of course. Figure 410C. Yes, you would see both developments from here at the same time in this very open view from the jetty. But the views of Ansui are mitigated to a very considerable extent by the forestry.
No, I don't agree. If you're out there in person, you would not have that view. It is very clearly visible.
So be it. We can disagree on that. Viewpoint 4, I want to go to. And if you go to, this is figure 4, 12C. And again, this is not a photographic trick of moving a bit to the left or the right and hiding something. We would say this is as representative as you can get. And an opportunity to, after all, the objective is to show Blarghour, not to show anything else. And in doing so, it shows that it's quite difficult in this area to see both developments together. Would you agree?
I agree with that. It is difficult in that area because there's woodland in that respect.
Sorry, I'm losing you a bit there. Can you say that again?
I do agree that you do not readily see An Suai from that part of the loch.
And then if we go to Loch Avic at viewpoint 9, at figure 417C, I mean, obviously the extent of to which Blarghour is visible, it may be an issue there as well. We're looking at maybe 2 hubs and a load of tips, 3 hubs maybe. But again, in this area generally, this viewpoint is representative in this sense. It's difficult to get views of both developments together. Do you agree?
Not in the Loch Avic area, no, I don't agree. I could clearly see it when I was doing my field assessment work on the northern shores of Loch Avic.
You mean An Suai or Blarghour?
Well, you would see both. I could clearly see the forest where Blarghour will be sited, and I could see An Suai. And you would see it from the open waters of the loch.
That is not in dispute. Well, we're going to provide the wireline from the northern shore of Loch Avic anyway, so I'm going to let, with Mr. Carroll's permission, you and Mr. Bainsfair agree the location so that he can generate the wireline.
Okay.
Viewpoint 14. And this one we've been to already. And we go to 422C. And yeah, you can see both together, but I suggest that the extent to which you can see An Suai reduces very considerably any cumulative impact from this viewpoint.
I would agree with that because of the forest screening that's provided.
So actually, the position in terms of what you say in 7.4 of your inquiry report, it is quite complex. It isn't just a question of whether you'll see both together. It depends very much where you are, and there are lots of locations where you simply won't. Do you agree with that?
That's true, but I think it's also fair to say that the representative viewpoints do not include any views from open water of either Loch Avic or Loch Orr. And I would contrast that with the recent Upper Sonocum inquiry, where there were 2 viewpoints from the open waters of Loch Orr. So I think having representative viewpoints that are just around the edges of the loch, and the loch is fairly well used with watercraft, I think it is fair what I have said in my inquiry report about intervisibility between the 2.
Well, we have your view, Mr. Bainsfair's, in terms of views from the water bodies, and I'll leave that to lie between us as an issue. Looking at 7.6 of your inquiry report, here you refer to the 2019 additional information at the start. Difference in turbine size has been accepted in numerous locations. I won't read the whole thing. And obviously, you make comments about that, and I can understand your comments, but we've been here before. You know that turbine sizes have increased markedly in recent years, don't you?
Yes, I accept that.
And I think you'd probably accept from me that, based upon your knowledge of what's happening, that trying to get wind turbines of the size of Ansui is going to be very difficult indeed. Would you agree with that?
I suspect for a commercial enterprise, yes.
And the same, frankly, would apply even for turbines now at 125 meters from your knowledge of what's happening. And I know that you know about these things. Rather difficult to obtain, yeah?
No, I don't have a view on that. I don't know enough about obtaining 125 meter high turbines. I do know of a couple of proposals that are proposing turbines below that. So I'm not sure where they're getting them from, but they are obviously confident that they can get turbines. In fact, they were 110 meters high.
Well, I'd be keen to know where they are, but we can discuss that outside the inquiry. The most new proposals, though, coming forward, I'm sure in your current experience, are at 150 meters plus, aren't they?
130 meters plus.
130 plus. Well, we would say 150, but there we are. And so Blarghour at 136.5 meters, that's a bare 10 meters more than Carrick Gale, I think at 127. That's correct, isn't it? And certainly not one of the biggest, the largest proposals that you've seen recently. Would you agree with that?
Not recently.
No, I mean, most of the recent ones have been larger than Blarghour, haven't they?
They have.
Yeah. Now, if we look at, please, Mr. Bainsfair's inquiry report, CD 14.1, at 212 on E-page 11, that real page 11 too. How far do I need to go here? No, I don't think I need to go here there to make this point, that as Mr. Bainfair has said, Ansui's lifetime as a development will expire at some stage during the lifetime of Blarghour, if consented and built. And it may well be, I'm sure you agree, we don't know, but it may well be that Ansui would be the subject of a repowering application. You would agree?
It may be.
And if that does come forward, it's very likely that the turbines would be a lot bigger than they are at present. How big, we don't know, but I would suggest that they're likely to be as big as, or maybe even larger than the ones proposed at Blarghour.
I can't speculate on that. I wouldn't know.
Well, I suggest that it's likely that the turbines which might be proposed for a repowering at Ansui would be at least as large as those being proposed at Blarghour, or maybe larger. But if you don't want to, if you don't know, that's fine. So, looking at your inquiry report at paragraph 7.6 and the views that you express and the views of SNH to which you refer in that paragraph, I suggest you're trying to achieve a position of unattainable perfection here, because it's simply inevitable that turbines coming forward are going to be larger than those that have been there for some time. And secondly, that the baseline position is very likely to change with time as developments get replaced. Can we agree that as a general proposition?
I think that's correct, but I think it's also fair to say that in terms of my review of this proposal, it's not solely the the contrast between Ansui and the proposed development, which is of key concern. It is the effects on landscape character and views of the proposed development alone, in terms of its location and its nature, that is of key concern.
Well, I understand that, but you're also concerned about the relationship with Ansui, and hence my questions to you. Just one final point, and that takes us back to the landscape capacity study at CD 410 again. And I want you to go to Well, it's electronic page 91, physical page 62. Tell me when you're there. Ma'am, tell me if you tell me when you're there.
Yes. Page 62.
Page 62, paragraph 414.6.
Mm-hmm.
Are you there, ma'am? Thank you. It's the second paragraph there. There may be some very limited scope to accommodate the large typology. It's what we're talking about. We agree here, and this character type. It would be preferable to consolidate existing wind farm developments in order to reduce cumulative visual effects, but also to minimize, and the rest doesn't concern me for the purpose of this question. Surely, if you are concerned about scale comparisons, then consolidation in the sense advised in this paragraph is only going to exacerbate those scale comparisons.
Well, not necessarily. It depends on which developments, and it depends on the size of the turbines that are being proposed. For example, you could accommodate an extension to the Carrick-Gill development or the Anne Cruick development if you were looking at compatibility with present-day turbine sizes.
It's not what the LCS, the LWEC says, of course. I mean, if the objective is, and I would understand the objective, to cluster developments, to consolidate developments, to, if you like, allow for the intensification of an experience of wind farm development rather than for a geographical extension of the experience of wind farm development, then I'd suggest that one inevitable consequence is that you're going to have to put up with scale comparisons.
No, I don't agree, and for the reason that I said before, I think you would to actually select which development you extended and the size of the turbines that you were going to use. I'm not saying that they have to be exactly the same height, but it would lessen the contrasts of size. In the design, you can do that.
All right. Well, I'll take your answer. Just note that, of course, we're not accepting here that at the distance there is between Blarghour and Ansui, your point stands anyway. But I thought I would just explore that with you to finish my cross-examination. Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trinnick. Now we're at 10 to 5, so I just had a few questions. Ms. Anderson, if you're happy just to continue on for a little longer.
That's fine.
Yes, that's fine. Really,
sorry, can you hear me, Mom?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
You can't see me.
I just can't see you. You're the invisible witness at the moment. Okay. Now I asked the applicant's witness some questions about the pattern of development, and he talked about the regular. A more regular.
I'm sorry, Mom, I hate to interrupt. I wonder if Mr. Trinnick wouldn't mind muting, please.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
I have tried, actually. It seems not to be working. Let's try again.
Okay, you'll just have to. Oh, that's it. That's it. Fine, thank you. You talked about the regular spacing pattern of development. Is that something that you agree with, or what view did you have on that?
I think Mr. Bainsford talked about the plan view in terms of pattern, that there was quite wide spacing. I think that's what he was getting at. I feel you can't really tell by looking at a plan. You've got to look at the effects on the ground. And that will include looking at sequential views. For example, in the Blarghour area, there are open views are rare, and that makes them more special, I think. So if you see a wind farm popping up in every open view, I think it gives an impression that the uplands are more developed perhaps than you might think. So it is important not to just look at and the pattern on a map, but just to see how that affects cumulative effects on the ground in terms of landscape character and views.
And do you think we're getting to a situation where the perception of the visitor that comes to these gaps where you get views of the loch, either at Loch Avic or Loch Awe, is such that they would have that impression of the influence of wind farms?
I think that this proposal will definitely crank it up quite considerably and instill that impression. And I think particularly, you know, I have also been on a canoe on Loch Awe, and I think having that increased incidence of wind farms seen as you were using the loch, I think that this, because it's going to be quite similar in its effects to Carrick-Geel in terms of its proximity and the size of the turbines, I think that is definitely problematic.
Okay, thank you. There was one other point about the positioning of the wind farm relative to the craggy upland landscape character type, and this, what the capacity study talks about in terms of setback. Could you just explain what ideally you would have liked to have seen in terms of, if there was capacity, how would it be set back in this landscape area?
It's actually quite difficult in this area because you've got two competing constraints. You've got an upland area, the craggy uplands, and then you've got the adjacent uplands, which are called the Loch Fyne Upland Forest Moor Mosaic. I think it's landscape character type 6B, but I can't quite remember. I could just find that. 6A, sorry, LCT 6A. So you get, I think probably it's quite good to go to figure 4.3A, which showed the landscape character areas, and that is in volume 3A of the ES, because that shows the sort of craggy uplands and then LCT 6A. So they form a relatively narrow band of uplands squashed between Loch Fyne and Loch Awe. And the problem is that you're either going to affect character and views from one or the other, particularly the larger the turbines are. So in terms of setting back, you need to go to areas where that upland swathe is at its widest. And that is largely where Ansui is, in the sort of middle bit, or it's over in the west, and then you've got different sensitivities that are constraining development in terms of landscape visual aspects over to the west, because you've got fairly sensitive glens and coasts in that area. So actually setting back is quite difficult, and that's one of the reasons why it has a high to medium sensitivity, and we considered that really just sort of extensions to existing wind farms would be preferable.
Okay, and does Carrick-Geel, does that meet that criteria of being set back?
No, it's not set back enough, in my opinion. It is. You'll have seen yourself when you've been out doing field work. It is prominent The saving grace, though, of Carrigill is that it doesn't affect the rare settlements that are situated along Loch whereas this proposed development does. The settlements of Delavich and Invereinen.
Okay, and just I'm conscious not to muddle landscape character with visual impact, but in terms of visual impact, can you just describe how that effect, if you like, of it not being set back in your view from the locations around Delavich Jetty, if we went to that one, just to get that explanation from you in terms of set back.
When turbines are not set back sufficiently, they have a much more pronounced effect on adjoining landscapes in general. And that is manifest in the effects that you would get from Delavich and from that west side of the loch and from the loch itself, Blarghour itself. Because they appear sort of perched on the skyline, and the skyline is quite prominent. It's quite a feature in views from the edges of the loch and the loch itself. I think the LVIA is quite fair in terms of its assessment of effects from those locations, in that it does acknowledge that there would be a substantial effect in most of those viewpoints on the west side. And that's a reflection of the proximity of the proposed development to the edge of the uplands and the kind of more immediate setting to Blarghour.
Okay, I'll just double check there weren't any other points that I had. No, I think that covers that. Thank you very much, Miss Anderson.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll, did you have any points in re-examination?
I have no re-examination. Thank you very much, Mum.
That's fine. So that would conclude the landscape and visual evidence to the inquiry. Thank everyone for their participation today. Is there any business we need to cover before we close today? We discussed earlier, Mr. Carroll, about closing submissions, and we agreed dates at the conditions session tomorrow. So if people can come with a view on the dates, that would be helpful. Anything else before we close, Mr. Trinick?
What time tomorrow morning?
We're back at 9:30 again.
9:30. Secondly, I understand that Jennifer Jack has not managed to get hold of Dr. Cooper yet to confirm a change of order, but she suggests that we can just address that issue when we meet tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's fine. And Mr. Carroll, anything from you?
Nothing arising from me, thank you.
That's fine. Okay, on that basis, we'll meet again in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.